Dear all, we welcome you to the Realty Plus Warehousing Leadership Convergence 2022, which is just about to start. The event is also live on Realty Plus website, Realty Plus Facebook, and LinkedIn. So while our eminent speakers of the day are joining backstage, let us take a look at this AV. Welcome back, everyone, and thanks for joining us today for this very first edition of Realty Plus Warehousing Leadership Convergence 2022. This summit will have the presence of leaders of the sector deliberating on the fast emerging warehousing segment in India and will discuss various topics of interest. I'm Sapna Srivastava, editor of Realty Plus, and the theme of this year's Warehousing Leadership Convergence is Scaling New Heights. And rightly so, friends, as you might all be aware that in the recent years, the Indian warehousing sector has grown significantly, driven by various factors. The factors ranging from growth in major industrial sectors and emergence of organized retail to boost in e-commerce in smaller cities and growing demand from third-party logistics. Moreover, countries' changing tax regime, the national
keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. To know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head Realty Plus. We also take this opportunity to thank our organization for its support, business media partner, BW Business World Media Group, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and the event is organized by Team Realty Plus. Let me also remind you all that the event is being live streamed right now on Realty Plus website, www.rprealtyplus.com, and Realty Plus Facebook and LinkedIn pages. Another important information is that Realty Plus, while continuing with its online webinars, has also started its on-ground events, and our upcoming event will be held in June in the city of Ahmedabad, Gujarat. So we hope to see you very soon in person. But now, coming back to our virtual event of today, let us start with some inspiring words from the thought leader of the industry, and know his views on the Indian industrial and warehouse market growth opportunities. So let me reveal who our thought leader will be, who will be presenting his opinion and views on warehousing market and logistics sector of India. Let me welcome the renowned personality, often referred to as the real estate Khazar, for his vision, extraordinary brilliance as a builder, and an untiring zest for excellence. Yes, it is Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani who will be shortly sharing with us his valuable views. While Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani joins us, let me give a brief introduction of our keynote speaker of the day. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani is the founder, chairman, and managing director of Hiranandani Communities. He is also the vice chairman, Naredco, and managing director, Hiranandani Group. He has also held several leadership and advisory senior positions in various industry bodies. Dr. Hiranandani, a heartiest welcome to you. Dr. Hiranandani, a very warm welcome to you. It's great to have you here with us when we are talking about Indian logistics and warehousing market. So what are the growth opportunities for this? You are the industry leader. Please share with us.
A very good afternoon to you. I'm so happy to join Realty Plus as always. And I'm glad that you are having this Warehousing Leadership Convergence 2022. I think what has happened is the whole system of opportunity which has sprung up in the last couple of years has been really tremendous, starting with the bringing about of GST, which actually removed a large number of detriments to organized warehousing and logistics suddenly came to play. For example, every city used to have octroi nakas, where people would be lining up their trucks and transport vehicles in order to do it, and hence smaller warehouses used to be outside each city so that they would not have to pay octroi unless something happened. With the bringing about of GST, all that has changed. So we have seen a complete paradigm which has taken place in the warehousing logistics space. The second major thing which has caused this change is the creation of the national highway network. We are now adding on 35 kilometers of national highway per day. What does that mean? It means that the time taken for the purposes of traveling, of transport of materials, raw material, finished goods, distribution of e-commerce could be put into efficient, larger warehouses and logistics spaces, and you wouldn't have to travel the material till you actually wanted it. And the time taken to reach the destination would be extremely limited. So that's the second major thing which has happened. The third major thing which has really taken place is the fact that the growth of various markets have made a huge change. And international investments have come into this space because the warehousing is now very specialized. Earlier, you only would have to stack the materials. Now, with all the organized availability of intelligence, data centers, all the idea of storages, locating of the goods in the warehouses, all that is hugely automated. And that reduces the time for us to get the work thing. And centers of warehousing is also made another major change, which means that a lot of assembly operations can take place, a lot of other activities can take place. The next important point, which I think is important, is the hub and spoke model, which is now there. As e-commerce is going, there are centers of logistics spaces which are located at strategic places all over the country, But there are sub-centers in each city. And these sub-centers will now be making it available for us to get the goods to the home, goods to the final place of destination in the shortest period of time. And that is why delivery times could be as less as 3 to 4 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours. And these would be available from sub-centers, which would be able to do these kind of things. So this is my first view on how I think the changes are taking place in the warehousing space and are likely to continue to do. One of the other things which I think is very important is the fact that our cost of transport of goods was probably amongst one of the highest in the world. So our total cost of logistics in India was as high as 14-15% of the cost of the entire goods. Now that has now moving together to reduce it down to 7 and 8%. I think this is extremely important to understand if we are to become competitive internally in India or externally to the other countries of the world. Because once this cost comes down, goods from any center in India could mean to travel overseas also, because we would have multimodal transports which would be available for the purposes of doing these warehousing. This and more has determined the fact that demand for good quality warehousing has definitely gone up, and all this is going to make a change. Look at the toll nakas. Earlier, every vehicle stopped at the toll nakas in order to make the payment. Today, with the e-passes which are now available to us, you just have to drive through the toll naka, and through the automated route, payments for all the tolls are being collected. This and more has definitely made a difference in the warehousing space, as well as the logistics and other requirements which are there. All in all, I look at it in a way that in the next couple of years, the total space requirement growth is more than 12 to 14% compounded per annum. And I believe an estimation has been taken up that the space requirement in India in terms of warehousing logistics space is likely to go up to 483 million square feet by the year 2026. And several cities are now participating in this growth story with larger capacities, starting with Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, Delhi, and Pune. But I think other centers are also coming up very soon. But these are what have been flagged off at this particular point of time. So all in all, I think the multimodal transport, the logistics space, the warehousing, the e-commerce requirements, the hub and spoke model that we see over here, the changes which have taken place in terms of time taken for the purposes of goods to reach other locations, and of course, the digital and various artificial intelligence systems which have now been put a requirement have changed the entire gamut of warehousing, the gamut of logistics, and the future of this space in India. So I think these are my first initial mentions of what I believe is going to be a difference in terms of warehousing and logistics in the next couple of years. The story, of course, in China has been equally strong. And I think that China has given us a large number of examples to do so. China has been a good story that we have emulated that example. And with the network of transport, the network of road and other networks, I think will give us that example. So I think by and large, the China story is the most best one which we can copy and emulate as compared to other countries of the world which have already developed models which are already there. But the China story has indicated how these changes have made China a very competitive country. So
Dr. Hiranandani, thanks for that, very positive sentiments on warehousing. And in fact, last year we had seen that most of the PE investment what happened after commercial in the warehousing segment, logistics and warehousing. Like commercial, are we going to see REITs also in this segment?
yes and no. Yes, in terms of the warehousing spaces which have been leased out by good structured companies with A-grade long-term rentals, yes. But there are a large number of spaces which are not really structured in that manner to give us long-term rentals. So I think that would be a challenge. And there is some difference in terms of warehousing space rentals and others, because the inertia to move, the inertia to move from a space is much more there in the case of commercial spaces than logistics and warehousing space. Because once you empty the warehouse, you can shift to any other warehouse in others. But of course, today, large amount of investment is done in terms of getting the warehouses automated, and a large amount of investments may be put by many people for the purpose. In those cases, I think and having long-term, structured tenancies or leases, I think those would definitely be attributable to a REIT, but not all types of warehouse.
That's right. And in any case, warehousing segment is still new, is still a new asset class, and there's still long way to go. Probably after a few years, we might see, as you mentioned, in some segments, we might see REITs also coming in. You also spoke about China, one example that India can look at, and with growing, in decreasing transport costs, infrastructure connectivity, like you mentioned. Do you see India has the potential to be the global destination for e-commerce?
It already is a part of the destination, but you have to understand two things. Number one, the demographics become important. So with the China population maybe now again wanting to grow, we have to see the demographic dividends of the country. With the demographic dividends that we have, certainly e-commerce is definitely going to grow, and I do see that as part of it. Also, I do feel that over a period of time, government will come up with a much more favorable logistic policy, which needs to be put on the ground, similarly to as what has been the benefits given to those who are doing manufacturing under the PLI scheme and other schemes to be there. I think a similar type of policy in logistics would certainly encourage more investments to come into this space, and certain benefits which would be accrued to them would be able to take up into much more competitive space and much more beneficial interest to the industry and naturally to the country in terms of more efficient transport systems to take place.
That's right. That's right. So we have a lot of, the leaders from logistics and warehousing companies who are here today. Word of advice for them?
I think the opportunity is large, and I think the growth story is wonderful. But I think strategically, we really need to look at it and see, make a market study as to where the opportunities are likely to grow. I think there are many and plenty of them, as we have seen. The growth story is through the country. However, certain places will obviously have a bigger opportunity in terms of the volume of business that takes place, and also the interest of various other people who occupy our space. So it's not only what we want us to do and what we think of what the market is, but more about what our clients and customers would desire. So for example, if you look at it in the industrial spaces, warehousings that are being done and others, there's so many companies now where they would provide goods in the warehousing space where they would like you to manage the entire warehouse completely in terms of management of the goods, rather than they themselves take the warehouses on rent. So all this and more is likely to be created in the next couple of years, where warehousing, logistics, and services business would become a larger portion of the total business, not just use warehousing in terms of rentals, in terms of what you give to the clients and customers. It would be a package service. And I think that growth story is happening, but likely to grow in the next couple of years exponentially.
That's fantastic. So what Dr. Hiranandani is saying, listen to the client's requirements, create models, customized models for catering to the clients, like Dr. Hiranandani mentioned some of the examples. So thanks, Dr. Hiranandani, for giving that very interesting perspective on real estate industry, the warehousing segment, what can be done, what more the government can do, and what the sector can, look forward to in the coming years. So thank you so much for being here with us and sharing your time and your valuable views with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hiranandani. So that was one wonderful opening of this summit by Realty Plus on warehousing sector. So on that wonderful note, let's begin the Realty Plus e-conclave with the first session of the day on the topic warehousing sector redefined by e-commerce and 3PL. Let me introduce our panel members. The session will be chaired by Shyam Arumugam, Managing Director, Industrial and Logistics Services, Colliers, India. Shyam has experience in real estate of more than 16 years and is widely respected as one of the key Indian leaders in the industrial and logistics real estate space. He has worked with the well-known corporates in India and abroad, and along with his team of industrial experts, has accelerated the success of all the clients. Let me now welcome our eminent speakers in an alphabetical order. I introduce Aditya Sikri, President, Indospace. And as we all know, Indospace is India's largest investor, developer, and manager of Grade A industrial and logistics real estate. Aditya has over 29 years of work experience, of which more than 21 years has been in the real estate sector, both in the domestic and international markets. Our next eminent panel member, I introduce Mr. N. Sridhar, CEO, Greenbase Industrial and Logistics Park. With more than 3 decades of extensive experience in the corporate landscape, Mr. Sridhar is aptly accredited as the architect of Greenbase Industrial and Logistics Parks, a new age business of Hiranandani Group. His portfolio diversifies across land acquisition, fundraising, wealth management, valuation, mergers, and acquisitions. Our next panel member is Mr. Rahul Pandit, CEO, Horizon Industrial Parks. Rahul Pandit has 30 years of experience in building and transforming businesses. He was earlier the founding MD and CEO of Hampstead Living, a Warburg Pincus JV for rental housing, and has also served as the MD and CEO of Tata Group's Ginger Hotels. He was part of the Tata Leadership Group and was the founding team member, President and Executive Director of Lemon Tree Hotels. He's a member of the CI National Committee on Tourism and a member of the Rental Housing Association of India. Our next panel member, let me introduce Rajat Garg, Director Investments, ESR India. Real estate private equity investment specialist, Rajat Garg has 16 years of experience with world's leading fund managers in India, US, and South Asia across asset classes. Currently, his focus is on industrial logistics and data center spaces, and has raised and deployed more than $500 million across greenfield land acquisitions, core assets, and joint ventures with end-to-end execution, including negotiations, structuring, and exit. Our next and final member of this panel, let me introduce Richard Teknath, Chairman and Managing Director, Jet Fleet Logistics. During 24 years of his career with Jet Fleet, Richard Francis Teknath has been working closely with the Jet Fleet team and has created a committed and skilled set of employees for his organization. Under his directorship, Jet Fleet has been recognized as the #1 agent for 10 consecutive years by various airlines like Air India, Cathay Pacific, Saudi Airlines, Gulf Air, Emirates, etc. So this is our eminent panel. And now let me hand it over to our moderator to take over the proceedings.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you. I'm very happy to see all of them known faces, industry leaders who are joining me on this panel. Some of them would be thinking that we met only yesterday, and again we have to see Shyam now. So thank you so much. Thank you for joining in. a very, very interesting topic, very, very close to all the panelists' heart. Just wanted to check, Sapna. I'm not getting on screen. Rajat, is Rajat joining in?
He
Should we
is
have to
joining
wait?
in
Or?
a few minutes. He's having some technical problem.
No
He'll be
problem.
there. Yeah.
So we start then in the interest of
Yes.
time. Thank you for all the audience who are joining in. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening from whichever part of the world that you're joining us. I think I was in a lot of panel conferences where everybody was asking, how's the Josh? And we all need to say very high. I think in today's world, I think in this particular sector, I need to see how's the heat. I think it's been a very, very hot market for a couple of years. I think while the pandemic has kind of kept a lot of people indoors, I think for all of us on the screen, I think we have not rested a single minute. I think be it Aditya, Sridhar, or Rahul, who's joined us in the bandwagon now. I think we've been all busy. So it's been a very, very positive sector and a lot of work happening in this sector. So over the next 1 hour, we try to keep audience engaged and try to kind of give them a very, very good perspective on how this entire sector has undergone kind of metamorphosis, as they call it. We're seeing so much of shifts, so much of trends that are emerging, and no better than the people on screen who can give you a ringside view as to what's happening. Also, we'll do some crystal ball gazing as to where we are heading to as well, and hopefully, I welcome all of you to stay engaged for the next 1 hour. I know it's a post lunch session, but we try to keep you awake. So, Aditya, we'll start with you. I mean, I know because your name starts with A, so you have to be the default opening batsman for all our webinars. So, very happy to be asking you, like, this sector. You've seen e-commerce grow from strength to strength. I think ever since e-com started and compliance became a key, I think a lot of people who kind of have this, and I think clients come and ask us questions like, what is a grade A product and things like that, and then we point to a direction in Oragadam. So, want to ask you, I mean, how large is this e-commerce opportunity, and how has e-commerce transformed first? Forget defining the sector, but how has e-commerce transformed now in India? I mean, that would be my first question.
Sure. Thanks, Shyam, and thank you for having me on the panel. And hello to all my friends. It's a long answer, but I'll try and keep it as brief as possible. Shyam, the thing is that e-commerce has transformed hand in glove with the warehousing or industrial logistics sector in India. Whether it is what Sridhar has created, or what IndoSpace has done, or what Rahul is doing, and others, Rajat, etc., is we have consistently tried to deliver a grade A product in the market in terms of providing a real estate solution, and e-commerce has actually played a significant role in that, and our business has played a significant role in the growth of e-commerce. At the end of the day, for any e-commerce company, having a large or a mothership in terms of fulfillment centers is their bread and butter, right? And that needs to be completely sacrosanct in terms of their infrastructure requirements. That has changed course over the years. I think there has been a clear differentiator between grade B and grade A assets in what we do as a collective group. Just to give you some numbers and coming to your main question, the size of the opportunity is there and inherent in the statistics that there are in front of you. I'll rattle a few numbers to you very, very quickly, and that kind of is the answer in itself. By 2024, 900 million people in India are going to be making online purchases, right? And smartphone penetration from 2019 to 2024 is going to go up from 23% to 60%, right? 100% of PIN codes, I think we're already at 99% or 98% or something, zip codes have been tapped as delivery destinations by the e-commerce players. And if you add to all of this, what we are seeing in terms of action for tier 2 cities, where I think all of us in our own different strategies are going and trying to buy land and deliver these solutions goes to show what the e-commerce opportunity is on a standalone basis. I think in the next 7 or 8 years, e-commerce is going to be a total of, I think, 25% of the total organized retail market in India, which was at one time, not so long ago, less than 2% or 1%. So that shows the latent potential. Yes, pandemic has helped in accelerating this potential, but that doesn't mean that the pandemic has created this potential. It was already there. It is just provided as a trigger because it led to change in shopping patterns and shopping habits and consumption movements. But this is the entire underlying potential of e-commerce. And I think that irrespective of where e-commerce stands as a real estate percentage in our collective or individual portfolios, it is only a matter of time that that number is going to grow significantly.
Thank you, Aditya. Yeah. I think you have touched upon the crux and kind of set the tone for the next few conversations. Sure. I think e-commerce by itself comes up not only with scale, but also they come up with a lot of customizations and kind of their needs have changed over the years, right? Just for the uninitiated, I mean, what was it when you started with e-commerce journey on the fulfillment center? We had large things. So what is it today? Is it the same, or is it kind of seen a paradigm shift in terms of what you're building for them?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
No, it's shifted. You see, the thing is that India plays catch up with the Western world. So whether it's Amazon, Flipkart, or anyone else, whatever they have implemented as their initiatives in China and in the US and in the Western hemisphere at large, slowly they try and implement here. Now, as a developer, do we like that or do we not like that? Yeah, we love the size of the real estate, but the scope and the scale is very, very different. So with each passing year, in the interest of modernization, I think the real estate solution that we are continuing to provide becomes more and more, what's the word, diplomatically put, non-standard. And so I think that is one of the things that has shifted consistently from an infrastructure standpoint. From a business and from a strategy standpoint, I should have probably said this first. Ever since GST happened in India, the entire Indian market has become a single unified market. So people have had this ability to draw straight lines from JNPT to wherever they want to deliver to household. And in that straight line, they can have fulfillment centers, they can have sort centers, they can have distribution centers, they can have in-city, last mile delivery centers without having any regulatory framework as any kind of impediment to their growth strategy. So I think these two things have led to consistent changes. I suspect that we're going to continue to see changes in their requirements, especially when it comes to location. There are, without taking names because it's not fair for me to take names of operators, but there are some operators who are shifting and getting closer to the seller base in terms of their fulfillment center strategy rather than the big city strategy. And some are doing just vanilla boxes and some are doing like a hybrid of the two. So I think it's ever evolving, and all of this is with the underlying objective from these e-commerce companies to gain greater efficiencies in whatever they do.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you. That was brilliant. I think two perspectives that emerge. E-commerce is still evolving. I mean, it's not the end of it. I mean, it is going to continue to evolve as well. And thanks to partners like you all, I think you are also walking along with them to kind of see how the shifts are changing and trying to absorb it. I like the term non-standard because yes, it is kind of a lot of customization and non-standard items that come in. The spec sheets of various giants have increased from what I started working at 56 pointer to 176 and growing. So that goes to show that there's a lot more to bring into the picture. Thank you, Aditya. Thank you for the opening note, and thank you so much for splitting that. So Sridhar sir, my question is next to you. I mean, from somebody who's worked in these industries, especially I go back to your Hope days, where you kind of created such massive infrastructure. When I started my career, like anybody else, the rookie gets a thing that real estate is location, location, location. Maybe my industry peers have now started saying it's people, 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 but the location still takes the upper hand. So from your standpoint, how critical is location to e-commerce? I mean, especially from today's standpoint, where like Aditya said earlier, it used to be a fulfillment center vis-a-vis sort center, then a last mile delivery. Have things changed? Are there anything to watch out for? Because you are aligning a lot of supply. So the question is to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, first of all, Sham and Realty Plus, Sapna and team. And good to see my dear friends all over in the panel. And yes, it's an interesting conversation. I think we are at the cusp of, like when the establishment said make in India and logistics, industrial and warehousing playing a large role. I mean, talking about a $3 trillion economy, out of which you're talking about more than $500 billion of it coming from here. The crucial aspect for this entire industry is that, typically I'd like to start with an opening remark of saying that we are all in accelerated mode to bring down the gap. I mean, typically if you compare logistics cost across globe, we're talking about 13% of GDP in India vis-a-vis 8% GDP across US or Europe. And now there are various reasons for it. Let's not compare. These are not apples to apple, because India is a very different country, a country within country. Having said that, and having gone through the remarks what Aditya has put up and others, so I think I'll take your question in terms of location. Yes, in supply chain, let me share a very small example of something which you reminded me of my past. And in it was all about setting up 54 locations across the country for the Coca-Cola company and establishing factories, and with a concept of either nearness to market or nearness to raw material, given the entire fact of supply chain. Similarly, in Britannia, I worked to ensure that we get the lower LCM, the lowest cost to market. Again, it was a reference to bringing together either it's like milk bikkies. The market was south, but then not that the biscuit had a lot of milk in it, but unfortunately people believe like that. Or moving a tiger biscuit from Chhattisgarh to Bombay, you actually don't even recover the price, because your entire logistics cost, which is the point of discussion today, was much higher than the GST benefit or the tax benefit that you got by putting the plant in Chhattisgarh. So why I'm highlighting this is to pinpoint the fact that location is a very important aspect and is a key crucial thing. And yes, it has changed in terms of the supply chain disruption that you have seen, the digital transformation that you have seen, but location continues to be a very critical factor for this, especially the e-commerce, e-fulfillment, as well as the manufacturing bases, which I gave you an example of LCM, and as well as for the 3PLs. Now, what I see the current trend is people are moving away, even in Asian Paints, when I had put in the right from an SKU to a plant, the entire supply chain model of tracking. Location and warehousing became a very key. But those days, people were using the 3PLs were using mesh networks. Like you could outsource a distribution center, you could outsource a small warehousing place. Now, compared to that, today you are now working with a hub and spoke model, and even the hub and spoke is also now facing a disruption in terms of realignment with respect to customer bases, consumption centers, vis-a-vis supply chain and raw material and the manufacturing location center. So it is the choice of the customer. If it is a customer like an H&M, Unilever, Asian Paints, Coca-Cola, it will be the LCM, lowest cost to market. It could be through a series of supply chain events, or if it is a e-commerce in the 3PL, it is more in terms of being close to consumption centers. Like, the recent example is 3PLs are also doing pin code wise dark stores, which are much smaller in size as compared to a large warehouse, and which also goes in line with your in-city warehousing model. But more importantly, all of these are location specific. So location becomes very critical as 3PLs and e-commerce, which is 60% of your warehousing market. Keep industrial and manufacturing out of it, which we are also large in terms of our profile. But warehousing specifically, given the competitiveness in the marketplace today and the supply and the inflation factors, it becomes that much more imperative for you to choose location. So what will play a critical role for location is the proximity, the warehouses is normally should be apart from the need of the hour for 3PL and this. It's also about, proximity to a transportation hub where you can get a lot of transportation and transportation services that will come, which will streamline the whole process, reduce cost and the time frame. You don't want your product sitting in the warehouse for a long period of time. You're talking about an algorithm which will ensure that the inventory moves fast. Now there is a desired consumer base, especially hub and spoke. Now a lot of tier 2 cities are becoming consumer bases, and you supply, make them the hub, and then you start supplying to the consumer bases. For example, targeting densely populated as well as region with high increased percentage of income when choosing a warehouse is a priority for a e-commerce demand. That's what a Flipkart or an Amazon would like to do, or a First Source. All of these guys would do. And because I've been in real life dealing with these guys and sitting through their process of understanding why they want this at that particular location.
Right.
Then workforce availability and stability is also an important factor from a location perspective. I mean, why would you choose a B1D vis-a-vis a Panvel, or why would you choose a Farooq Nagar or Noida or a Bilaspur side in Gurgaon? It all depends on how well the infrastructure and the workforce availability. So market and environmental factors is again the way. I think that's been while NL Dr. Niranjan did mention about the infrastructure and road availability, I think which is all across the country, that also becomes a very critical factor for the location. So as 3PL and e-commerce, which are the 60% of the warehousing demand today, as you see, and balance coming directly from the D2C customers, location becomes more specific and more customized to the supply chain solution that each one has implemented. And that's why location becomes a very critical element. And I see it evolving and more evolving, because as you will see when I speak further, that tier 2 cities are becoming also increasing the locations for putting up your to serve the consumer market, because the touch and feel market has now moved to a click and buy market. Because I can see, for example, person like me used to buy 100% say touch and feel. Maybe in the last 4 or 5 years or 3-4 years, I've moved to a close to 40-50% from a click and buy market. Okay. So that's the digital transformation that's also emphasized when you choose a location, because then you have to be more closer to that specific consumption base.
Thank you so much, sir. That was a very well-rounded answer and a very detailed one. I think a lot of audience will take back something from there, because location plays a very vital part in any real estate decision. And second thing, you also elaborate on why that location. There you give rattle out a lot of points as to what needs to be looked at apart from the pricing part. Pricing part is very interesting. I have a separate size of the discussion. Yeah, so we'll tackle it separately. Rajat, I see your hand up, so I come to you, Rajat. I mean, do you want to add on to some views of Sridhar?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I just had a very recent market incident that I think we're all learning. So I thought I'll add to what Mr. Sridhar said. In Bangalore, traditional retail, traditional density of population is all in the center of the city. Areas around Yashwantpur, UB City, which is traditionally known as dense residential, more high-income neighborhoods. But you'd be very surprised that when we go to an e-commerce guy or an organized retail player and ask for their, let's say, preferences for in-city warehousing, which is one of the new segments we're exploring. Very interestingly, they told me, no, it's not central Bangalore. They want to be in Whitefield, Sarjapur, Kormangla, because it's both. It's disposable income and it's the propensity to consume. Now, propensity to consume is a lot higher in these new emerging residential locations closer to commercial hubs like Marathali, Sarjapur, or belt in Bangalore, which is where all the new wealth is getting generated. And hence, they want to be closer in these locations. Now, traditionally, if you compare land prices, these locations are actually slightly cheaper, and they, that gap has narrowed down in the last 3 to 5 years as compared to central Bangalore. But e-commerce players want to be in these newer locations. So you need to be very careful about, which customer are you targeting, what's your profile, both in terms of income and propensity to consume when you choose locations, specifically, I think, for in-city. Even otherwise, and on your overall point about how close do you want to be on consumption hubs, I think every player is taking a certain view, right? We at ESR have taken a certain view that we want to be within 45 minutes of a large consumption hub. That's the criteria we've kept for ourselves, which is typically maybe either equidistant to what current stock is available, or maybe 10-15 minutes sooner to the city. that means that the land that we may, buy is perhaps 5 to 20%, at a premium as compared to what most of the competition is buying.
Right.
The current trends to us suggest that there is demand for it. The current trends to us suggest that customers are more willing in terms of both volume and pricing to pay a little bit of a premium to be closer to the cities. But obviously, you got to be very, very careful because, ultimately, it's a very price elastic industry and you can't overpay for any of your input costs, land being one of your input costs. So you got to be close to the city, but you got to be very, very careful in what you're paying as a price to be close to the city. That's it from my end.
So thank you, Rajat. I think that's a very interesting perspective because see, a lot of these cities that we see are circular cities. We have outer ring roads, inner ring road, and inner ring road becomes outer ring road becomes peripheral ring roads. You have KNP, you have multiple things. The cities are growing. I mean, there's no two ways on that. And like you said, I mean, one of the questions that I would ask you is like, what is your criterion for an in-city, which you answered upfront that you have a 45-minute catering time to these people.
So that's for, so that's not for in-city. That is for typical. Horizontal large box fulfillment center, source center sort of projects.
Right. So that's why I wanted to kind of clarify from you. I mean, we are also talking very faster delivery models that are being experimented. Why I'm saying, or why I'm cautiously using the word experimented, is that there's every day there is a tweet that that 10 minutes is becoming 15 minutes and 15 minutes is becoming half an hour. And some people say that, boss, why are you pushing it so much? When other evolved logistics hubs are not promising 10, 15 minutes, they're still at a day delivery or maybe 4-hour delivery or things like that. I'd come to the in-city part, but before that, I would want to kind of also touch upon a larger, like slightly macro view on tier 2 cities. So that's that. I'll start with Sridhar sir, maybe I'll be Karthik and come back to you, Rajat. I want your views, Sridhar sir. I mean, we are hearing this tier 2 now very frequently. I mean, I know a lot of you are making trips to these cities and evaluating land. I don't want to increase the cost of land, but then can you give us a sense of why tier 2 is emerging and why suddenly there's been a buzz of activity in tier 2? I mean, start with Sridhar sir for you.
See, tier 2, now it's all depends on, for example, tier 1 for me is apart from the large 4 metros, also the other metros like Hyderabad, Calcutta, Chennai, and Bangalore and other stuff. So, right, for 8 cities are now tier 1, technically. Now, from a consumption center point of view. So, what you should see, Shyam, is I think what Aditya mentioned earlier, and which I always believed, it's always about reaching the customer fast. Now, just to add to what Rajat said, or what you said, and what everyone said, it's all about minutes became hours, become second minutes becoming seconds, seconds becoming nanoseconds. People are monitoring their delivery by nanoseconds, the last mile. And that's where the data centers play a huge role in terms of connectivity. People look at their mobile. So this click and buy culture has now transcended to a different level, like your Zeptos, which deliver in 12 minutes. And actually, they run the clock on your mobile to see that you are getting it in 10 minutes or 12 minutes from the time you order. And I've checked each and every startup app to see whether they're fulfilling the promise or not. So given that perspective, now tier 2 is essentially the reimagining of workforce going back. Now this COVID has played a huge. It's a lesson. It's also a pandemic has treated us out to also the human behavior, adapting to new environment, and this hybrid model. I could see that tier 2 cities have become large consumption centers because fundamentally I was going through some statistics and I found that 90% of the laptop purchase and different electronic purchase as compared to tier 1 has come from tier 2 cities in terms of that segment. And that means the consumption bases are shifting essentially by the digital transformation which has already taken place. So tier 2 typically plays a very important role right now. Markets like Lucknow, Kanpur, you take Ghaziabad, you take near Maharashtra, Nasik, Pune. All these centers are becoming where people don't. They have become a hybrid style of working, re-engineering of the workplaces where people can work out of home. That COVID has only accelerated the use of digital medium as a mode of living. I'm stretching it from an imagination perspective because we're anyway going to talk about metaverse in some time. So I'm saying method of living. So all of this, if you see, has changed our lifestyle, has changed our cultural mindset towards buy. And earlier I used to think that people used to change in terms of thought process in 5 years' time. Today, I find people changing it in 3 years. If you see a 12-year-old and a 15-year-old, you will change a different wavelength in terms of the thought process. And similarly, the consumption centers. Earlier, when Asian Paints, where we should track up to an SKU, or in Coke, at distribution model, underlying the manufacturing model, or in Britannia, where re-engineered the entire manufacturing supply chain with LCM. Here, when I see, it's now more driven by consumption. And one thing is natural because of the COVID. A lot of people in the third year now, and people are coming out, the pent-up demand and the change in the consumption pattern has driven the demand towards tier 2 cities. And I could see growth practically in double digits across all of them in terms of consumption pattern. As a matter of curiosity, I was checking out certain items of purchase, or typically for the aspiring population. But incidentally, all of you must be aware that India is moving towards to be the more young country, because by 2025, you are expecting 60% of your population to be of an average age of 25. 60%. So just think about it. The entire, and you add that to the huge digital transformation and the instant gratification model and the monitoring in nanosecond basis. So all of this is now, to a great extent, a lot of infrastructure is also built around the city thanks to the government. NHA has built roads 2 kilometers per day at the speed at which our Minister Nitin Gadkari is building. Plus, connectivity has increased dramatically. So I think it's going to bridge those gaps. So tier 2 city markets are the markets to look for. Yes, one will argue from a cost point of view, yield point of view, pricing point of view, that we will take it up separately, because then there's a separate strategy to it. I mean, you will still build A-class warehouses, and I look forward to tier 2 cities being a big, huge market. I can name, and all the groups sitting here would know the tier 2 cities, which will be very much up in the, even Coimbatore, for example, I'm seeing demand there, I'm building something there. So the whole idea is that this kind of tier 2 consumption pattern. So a lot of people who come to work from Coimbatore to Chennai being T1, is not okay. Some portion is saying, no, why not? I'll still stay at Coimbatore and still get to do everything that I get to do in Chennai. So the consumption has shifted. And that consumption is getting more balanced across India as a country. So my view on the tier 2 on a very economic and
very
consumption
positive, very positive. Okay, got it. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I pull in Rahul at this point of time. Aditya, I'll just come back to you in a minute. But Rahul, why I'm asking this question to you is like, you started off with a bang. I mean, going on full throttle in terms of setting up in the traditional cities, as we talked. Maybe I'm wrong, but just want to pull you in from a Blackstone perspective. I mean, can you give us an overview in terms of horizon? What are you talking about when you see entering the market at this point in time? I mean, how are you keeping things under control? I mean, where are your priorities in terms of the demand that you're seeing? The trend has changed for demand in the recent times, and we've seen that we talked about. There is consensus that there is acceleration in this space, and there is accelerated demand also coming your way. How are you going to bridge this demand? How are you keeping up with the pace on this particular aspect?
So, Shyam, thank you very much. And Sapna and Realty Plus. And I'm actually very happy. I'm getting to hear Sridhar, because he's a man of strategy. To hear him speak, it's wonderful. With Aditya, I have enjoyed a cup of coffee, in his office, and he's somebody, and under his work, lots of benchmarks have been established for this industry in the country. And Rajat, it's good to meet you, but I'm going to separately call on you and get to share a cup of coffee with you also. So when you asked about the BX view and what do we think and how do we see opportunity, Shyam? So see, globally, if I was to compare to action in more mature markets, and I'll give you an insight even from within a BX platform. See, in India today, if you look at the total market across grade A and B, it's somewhere about 300, 330 mil. And if I see US in itself, for a country of 333 million people, the market total is 14 billion square feet. And within the Blackstone portfolio, within this asset class, there is 1.2 billion square feet, which Blackstone globally is built up, creating different partnerships. And a couple of days ago, I was speaking to the CEO of Link Logistics, which is Blackstone's, US platform, a gentleman called Luke Petherbridge. And his portfolio is 540 million square feet. And I was actually joking with him. And Luke was telling me, look, I'm running a startup. So I said, Luke, if you're running a startup, then I'm an infant. So that's a comparative. So as far as we are concerned, we think that India is actually in its infancy, and there is a big runway ahead for us to grow. India is a country of 1.35 billion people. It's a huge domestic consumption market. And the market forces with us, the release, as you know, effectively has been only since 2017 with GST. And while other mature markets I see, have been there between the last 3 to 5 decades. But the next 4 or 5 years is going to shorten, that time gap. One is COVID's been a very big accelerator. Separately, courtesy, the penetration of, internet and mobile, that's going to grow. The government has a Bharat Net plan. And under BharatNet, even villages are going to now get fiber optic connectivity. Separately, when we look at the region, where India wants to be a dominant powerhouse, supplying not only manufacturing, but also, added services. And look at the Gati Shakti plan, for example, which is effectively a $1.4 trillion capex commitment over the next 5 years. And if you see similar precedents, what happened in the US in the 70s, which actually led to creation of lots of infra, and then it supported logistics demand. Or if you see China, what happened in effectively starting the decade of 90, 92, and continuing till now, I think it is now India's place, to bask in that sunshine. And it is for us to be creating that opportunity. And if I just look at trends from our market, the market's growing in demand, warehousing itself at a CAGR of 44% between 2017 to 2020. When I see the increase in leasing, just year on year between 20 to 21, it's a 39% increase from 20 mil in the year prior to 28 mil in 21. Similarly, supply increasing 38% from 19 mil to 27 mil. So I think all these are very relevant pointers. And Sridhar was earlier speaking of key cities. I think we have a massive opportunity in there to grow. Having said that, and markets are in different cycles across, because when I see US, for example, it's been able to get effectively, an 11% plus 11.3% rent growth year on year. While for us, that may, sound like music to our ears. But I'm certain, in some time that's going to grow. Another thing which is currently in our favor, though if I see from a cycle perspective, our input land cost is higher, but typically in very high consumption markets, typically what's happening is that between land to our projects of construction, it's a 1/3, 2/3 divide when I look at my total project cost. And in more mature economies, the embedded cost of land tends to be higher. And Rajat was earlier alluding to in-city, and especially when the fulcrum moves to in-city, that phenomena is going to come into play very fast. So in the industry, we have to be very cognizant of that and sourcing opportunities, which should be sustainable over a period of time. Because if, development is going to be not basis very accurate demand projections, then from a yields perspective, that may suffer. And separately, short term, I see two key challenges. Look at the price of crude itself. It used to be, December 2020, it was under $50 a barrel. And the last month, it was over $112 a barrel. look at steel. Just end of 2020, it was about 45,000 rupees. Now it's closer to 88, 90,000 rupees. And steel today effectively, is about 40% of our input costs. So those are some short-term challenges that we have to figure out and solve. And we have to also co-opt our customers in. Because if we don't do that, what will happen is that the market will become unsustainable from a returns perspective. And I see industries have come together because, to also share, these costs forward. So I was even looking at Maruti, over the last 12 plus months, India's biggest mass market, auto provider. They've had 3 increases and the 4th one is underway. So similarly, I've been reading to say, what's happening, even with the logistic providers like delivery and all of that, how, they've had to, pass on cost increases. So I think similarly, we have to be quite sanguine to say that whether it's our customers or us, we have to be in an environment, which will actually long-term support development. So there we have to work with our customers, A. B, we have to be very mindful of the challenges, whether it's around, the input costs of steel or, when we select land. But overall, as I told you, the market in India is in its infancy and we have a fantastic runway ahead of us.
You mentioned runway. That brings me to Richard. Richard, you've been doing some fantastic work with Jets, right? Honestly, when your name came up to me, then I started reading a lot about freight logistics and all that. Some of them went over my head, but then I know you do a fantastic job on that. I'll just step back to the good work that has been put up, and it is not easy to operate freight logistics. I'll take up 2 critical things with you. I mean, while we all know the kind of infrastructure that is put in by these gentlemen, I mean, airport logistics, how has that sector evolved from a freight standpoint? What are the things that you're seeing? What are the trends that you're seeing? Is there more automation coming in? Are there any other trends that you're seeing from a freight logistics perspective? It's a little different from the pure play logistics. The second point that I want to touch upon is that the imminent 4th wave or the 5th wave, I don't know, we've lost count now because we tend to believe that we are not in any wave as of now. But I know there's been start-stop kind of a thing for everybody, for developers, for clients, for occupiers who come to us. I mean, what is your reading? I mean, how did the entire pandemic play out for your sector? I mean, when it comes to the logistics part, and what are the trends that we are seeing? How the reshaping is happening? I'm also connecting back to our topic for the day as to how that e-commerce is reshaping your side of the business. Richard, just your take on that.
Yeah, so thank you for your question, and good afternoon or good evening, whichever part of the world you are. So coming to your question with regards to the pandemic, so because we are, I mean, our company does all kinds of logistics. We do warehousing to a very small extent, and we plan to grow in that sector, but we are largely in air and sea freight and a little bit of road transportation. We do all kinds of work for our customers, but we outsource our trucking requirements, warehousing requirements to a great extent. That is the first thing. Second thing is that we also do air freight for the government of India, vaccines. So we used to do polio vaccines earlier. Now we do COVID vaccines. So right from 2020, we have been doing COVID vaccines. So we basically, we were one of the first ones to, sort of start our office in 15 days of the pandemic. So we had to do that because, a lot of the entire industry, the airport and all the stakeholders, a lot of exports were stalled, which is not a good thing for the country. So the entire, all the stakeholders came together and said that, okay, anyhow, we have to start
exports at least, because that earns revenue for the country, and even there were a lot of vaccines that had to be exported internationally. So that's how it started, and a lot of we had a lot of trial runs before we could actually start, so it took us almost 10, 15, 20 days, to get all the permissions in place. And finally we said, okay, let's do one shipment, and the first shipment started. So then after that, slowly, so there were cargo freighters. Another problem we faced was that there were no passenger flights. So because there were no passenger flights, so our cargo goes in the belly of the passenger flight. So because there was no passenger flights, there was no supply. So that also was a big mess. So so getting cargo freighters in the country, and then filling them up with whatever export-related cargo there was. So that was a kind of challenge that we faced then. And with time, it has improved. Now we have become experts at this. I think after this pandemic, I think we can face anything. So it gives us a good practice to deal in difficult times. With regards to automation, I'll be honest with you, the airport and at least the air cargo is not as good as your warehousing industry is. So it is sadly moving at a sales pace. They are moving, but it's all fragmented. Everything is fragmented, and because it is fragmented and there is no, like warehouse, you will have the automation inside the warehouse, but here there are too many stakeholders. So putting them together, so one could be really technology advanced, but the other would not probably be. So that is a problem. So that is where we have bottlenecks. Even today we have a lot of bottlenecks. Airports have their own own issues, their own problems with regards to space and with regards to permissions, security, etc. So these are the real problems. And I think the third question was with the e-commerce. So e-commerce is really going to boom. I think some gentlemen just mentioned some numbers regarding e-commerce, and and I think that is not only going to be happening domestically but also internationally. So internationally, I think we are going to, I mean, domestically, you all are all seeing it, but internationally also, I think India is going to be exporting a lot through the e-commerce route to the world, and that I think is going to really catapult in the next 4, 5, 6 years. And it's going to be an enormous volume that is going to go by air and by sea, So there will be a lot of warehousing requirement for these kind of customers too. So it's not only domestic requirements, also international requirements that are going to be that we are going to see. So I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you. That was very nice perspectives that you brought to the table. I'd move to Rajat. Rajat, I mean, I'm having some hard questions for you today. Land price is increasing. People like me come back and fight very hard for rentals. We want rents to keep decreasing. The input costs have gone up. I mean, Rahul mentioned that. Aditya also touched upon that. Steel has gone up massively. We are also seeing double-digit figures in terms of wholesale price inflation. Not only steel, there's a lot of after effects of the overall war situation in Ukraine, or the overall tensions rising, imminent next wave, and things like that. While we are all going on the fast pace, which you think will put the brake on the industry faster?
Okay, that's a tough one. So it's about how you think about, what's your plan, right? Is it a 3-month plan? Is it a 3-year plan? Is it a 30-year plan? I think I'd have different answers to each of these three. How we look at it, and how I'd like to believe most of the panelists I can see here would look at it from a medium to long term perspective, right? Is the war here to stay, and is there this hyperinflation mode that we're in, is that here to stay? I don't think so. Will it ease out immediately, or in the next 1 or 2 months? Maybe it won't, right? Will steel prices go back from 90 to 100,000 a ton to kind of back to 45, 50? No. Can they go back to 70, 75? They can, right? That's a macro bet that one's assuming here. When it comes to rents, is there high price elasticity right now across locations? There is. But let's compare it again, because logistics, as Rahul said, is in a very, very, let's say, initial stage of growth in India right now. Let's draw a few comparisons across markets. We can pick up maybe both. We can pick up China as a more closer cousin. We can pick up US as another larger, more matured market. In a typical city like New York, Chicago, Denver, all these large cities, if you compare CBD office rents to what is perhaps industrial rent in outskirts of these areas today, I think the typical ratio is about 1:12, 1:4, 1:5. If we compare that to a Bombay or a Delhi, a Connaught Place rent vis-a-vis a Gurgaon suburban warehousing rent, and similarly, let's say BKC Bombay rent to a Bhiwandi rent, that ratio is about 1:12, 1:30. That is a very simple, let's say, indicator for you on what's the possible growth here. In fact, to add to this possible delta being compressed, why do we think this delta can compress soon? Infrastructure in India is even worse. It's easier from a Chicago CBD to get to Chicago outskirts as compared to what happens in India, and hence there's no reason why this delta should exist forever. I think at some point of time, rents will need to correct. Input prices may correct by 5%, but I think rents would correct. And when I say correct, I mean upwards by 10, 20% in the next couple of years. I don't think there's an option. As more and more market becomes grade A, all of us are chasing similar yields, late single digits, early double digits. All of us are chasing similar IRRs, mid to late teens. I think everyone, I'm assuming that the group's kind of talking about similar number here. As the market becomes more organized, I think both in terms of elasticity, which is tenants' preference to go to grade A spaces and pay a premium on that. Also, in terms of just lack of choice that some of these tenants would have while occupying spaces, I think rents will go up. Will yields go back to being double digits? I think when I entered this industry about 4 years ago, everyone was talking about 10.5%, 11% development yields, 8.5%, 9% core yields. Both of those was compressed by about 150 basis points in the last 4 years. And I think that compression is here to stay. I don't think we'll see 10.5%, 11% too soon. I don't think we'll see core ever. I think core ever, at least in my lifetime, trade at 9% again, right? Unless macroeconomics really change. I really think development yields will be in this 9 to 10% range in the next 3 to 5, 7 years. Core will be 6.5%, maybe to 7.5%. And the interplay between the two is really the margin that we're all kind of gunning towards, right? So I think as long as that variation is 200 basis points or upwards, there is money to be made in this sector. What all of the recent trends suggests, input price escalation, land cost escalation, more competition in entering, is that we need to be super efficient. And I think that's true for any real estate product, even more so because, yes, it's a tighter margin product as compared to office, where perhaps core yield is 7%, but entry yields are 11, 12%. Right, but then there is an argument to be made here that tailwinds are extremely favorable, right? Rahul, rattle off some numbers and what we're as compared to US in terms of stock. Mr. Sridhar mentioned in terms of demographics. So there's a lot of runway here for growth, and I think capital partners understand that. I think that's the good news here. Capital partners understand that we're entering into a stable country. We're entering into a country which is where demographics are super favorable right now. And return expectations also have become more realistic. I don't think anyone today entering logistics in India expecting 20 to 25%. I just think that doesn't exist. One has to look at a mid to late teen sort of an IRR for a development play, which if you compare to other asset classes, right, we should look at what other asset classes outside real estate are offering. You look at equity, you look at bond deals right now. We're talking about an asset class where tailwinds are extremely favorable. Your worst case scenario, right? You buy land and sit on it in India. If you look at historical trends, you make 7-8% IRR, which is a worst case scenario. So you basically, this is my practically every month negotiation with LPs that we work with. You're entering into a product which is in between a bond and an equity, and hence you cannot expect returns which are beyond even what equity is traditionally delivered. So I think that return expectation rationalization is beginning to happen. It will happen more and more as the market becomes more institutionalized, and at the same time rents will increase. So amongst these two factors, we'll have to budget in for the fact that the hit we've taken in the last 2 years on input cost prices. So we'll cover up for that.
Right. So on rent increases, Aditya, I know you will concur, but how has the pain been for developers over the last couple of months? I mean, that's very important because I think for occupiers also it's good to align to where the market is heading, because at home your prices of gas is going up, your price of day-to-day produce is going up, but it can't be any different in business, right? I mean, when input prices are increasing and there's rent revisions that are imminent, What's your take on it?
No, so it's more of the same. The pain that the rest of the world is feeling or the rest of the country is feeling is what our business is also feeling. Because input costs have gone into another stratosphere altogether that all the other gentlemen have spoken about. Land costs are not going south, right? You want rents to come down when you negotiate with us. In fact, you know what, Shah, why don't you make the rent zero? Then even after that, at least it will start going up. Maybe that's one option. Because then
redefine the
IRR,
base.
yeah, exactly. Your IRR will be an exponential number then. Anyhow, and rents we've had no choice. I think everyone over here is saying the same thing, that we can't live with these rents anymore. Rents have to go up. So rents will go up. They're already going up from our side. The fact is that even with rents going up, our yields are not going up, right? So our yield to cost is still tottering at a reduced level. I think, Rajat, you said 100 to 100 bips. I completely agree with you. Is that going to be something that's going to last for near term, short, medium term, or long term? It remains to be seen. There has to be cooling off on commodity prices. It cannot sustain like this. I don't think the global economy can sustain it like this. So forget India, warehousing, industrial space. So this is the cycle that thing. I met you yesterday in our office, Sham, and I said, the timing of this debate that we're doing today is either really, really opportune or really, really unfortunate, because we're in the thick of that point of inflection as developers. And I think I can safely speak on behalf of all of us, where there is no choice but to go back and say, hey, listen, guys, this has gone up by X, that has gone up by Y, this has gone up by so-and-so. And we are taking a severe beating. It costs 2,000 rupees to make a building now. And so you can't sustain a, 18 rupee or 20 rupee or 16 rupee or 22 rupee rental, depending on which market you're in. So it's time to kind of play your role as an occupier in that play act, and at least have some kind of partial contribution to it, which on a case-to-case basis, it remains to be seen how many people participate and how many people don't. The one additional point I'd like to say is that, Indospace, we've been doing this for 15 years now in this business. So we were early to the party, so to say, or the Lone Rangers, I would say. The good thing that's happened from this group of developers is that, stupid stuff has gone away. And what I know it sounds very silly and childish for me to say that, but what I mean by that is that earlier we were competing with grade B, grade C developers who were holding land for the last 100 years, and so didn't consider land as any cost, and then went and gave any specification, and suddenly an apples to apples comparison was being made, and we were scratching our heads saying, should we do a deal at 12 rupees rent or 11 rupees rent and give 1 year rent free, and stupid stuff like that. And for the sake of keeping the ball rolling, we took certain decisions which were strategic in nature, just to kind of keep the flow going. Those days are gone. There will still be fierce competition between all of us, and there will still be, we will still go and clamor and fight and try and win as many mandates and tenants as our groups can. But what's happened is that the playing field has become level from an industry standpoint. And that gives me personally a lot of satisfaction, because I know Rahul or Sridhar are not going to go and do some insane transaction somewhere. It's all going to be within a certain, hemisphere and a certain framework, which gives me a lot of comfort. I know it wasn't your question, but I just wanted to kind of put this out there also. It gives us a lot of comfort that at least the playing field has become a little more level.
I completely concur with you, Aditya. I think on two aspects. One aspect is that I think 3-4 years back, when we used to do webinars, we used to talk about flight to quality. I think that was the theme. That grade C, grade B, non-compliant. These are not standards anymore. What you were doing at that point of time were always extras. So we use these terms, standards and extras, and pretty much you were doing stuff which were more above the standards. So you were setting a standard for yourselves. Your peers agree that you have set benchmarks. So that is true in a way, because a lot of people have come up and say that, boss, I don't know what is grade A specification, but give me Indospace specs. We'll start with them. So from there, I think what Hiranandan is doing today, I think Greenbase as an entity has come up in terms of doing a lot of non-standard, as I call it, but more tenant improvements, very high tenant improvements, very specialized buildings, walk the talk with developers, give something in record time, which I've seen in front of my eyes. Developers are also playing in that era where you compete on skill, on deliverable, on capital, which is to be employed. Gone are those days that a developer is waiting for one building to get leased out, and then he goes and borrows from a bank, and then comes back for another. Today, I can talk to any of you for any size of investment that a large multinational is coming into India and he wants to set it up. I think there's no dearth of capital. Rajat, I want to ask you: is there enough capital still chasing the sector, or do you see that there will be a slowdown?
So there is capital, right? I think there is active capital and there is further passive capital sitting on the sidelines. I think my research suggests that at least for $2.5–3 billion of capital waiting to be deployed, foreign institutional capital in the Indian logistics space. But the challenge is both. One is the scale at which we can execute. I think irrespective of margins and input price and all of these, which are relatively short-term challenges, land acquisition in India per se, irrespective of the price that I'm willing to pay today, is an extremely tedious process, right? The records are still not digitized. Even if I've got, let's say 10,000 crores sitting in my books, can I just actively go out and buy 5,000, acres of land in the next 2 months? I can't. I think that to me puts a big lid on possible supply and hence possible capital that can be deployed in this sector. Deal sizes are relatively small as compared to office, as compared to developed markets, maybe $10–20 million, $25 million per deal. So there is only so much capital that you can efficiently deploy. Plus all these recent trends about margin compression, I think investors are questioning. And especially with, let's say, office coming back, resi coming back in even bigger way in the last 6–12 months, that should new money now chase logistics? Should we go slow? Should we, go more, let's say, overweight on some of these other sectors that we've not put a bet on, in the last 2 years? Overall, though, I think if you compare institutional capital allocation to logistics across the globe and in India, it's a very small percentage right now as compared to what they've put in other asset classes, purely because current organized institutional grade stock is very small. So I think we'd continue to grow. You'd see capital deployment of maybe close to $1 billion every year, if not more, in the next 3 to 5 years. Do we need more? I don't think we need more capital. Yes, we need smarter capital. We need capital which is willing to be more patient, more long-term, and which understands. I keep going back to the same point. This asset class is not a very high beta asset class. You need capital partners who understand that, because this asset class is not a very high beta asset class, there is only so much alpha you can expect. I think, again, that maturity is happening over time.
Sure. Thank you, Rajat. I'm just cognizant of time. We have a minute, so I'll just quickly summarize our findings for the day. I think very true to the topic. I think e-commerce has played a very vital role in kind of redefining this entire sector, especially the warehousing sector, from what used to be an unorganized play to a very organized play. Today we have the who's who in the industry who's kind of putting their monies, kind of spending time and energies on this sector, goes to show that there is demand. And Rahul, would you build all the way? I mean, with all these challenges, would you continue to go and build? Is that the way that you go forward?
Yes, absolutely.
One word, yes. Yeah. So it is absolutely the way forward. I think there's no stopping this sector. I think the sector is going strength to strength. I think there's no two ways on that. Sridhar, some more inventory coming from your end into the play. You're on mute, sir.
Hi, sir. No, I was hearing, it is good to hear perspectives, and Rajat actually summarized the practical realities on the ground. See, this is a low-hanging fruit as you compare it to other alternate asset class in the sector, like residential, commercial, grade A real estate. We had a large deal with commercial real estate. The idea is that the capital is going to chase this asset, but for 3 reasons. Because India, there's still huge gap. There is growth. We have already moved from a go-down stage to grade A warehousing, and then there is the institutionalized, as Aditya put it across. And more than that, what we see is also that now your yields are temporarily under pressure because of your inflationary trend, commodity inflation, soaring crude prices, which is putting on pressure on the IRRs. For example, in the last 1 year, as I would see, steel and cement have jumped close to more than 50% in terms of it. And as someone said, it's not going to go back to the normal. It is going to be plus 20, 30%, even if it corrects. So you have to live with the new normal, number one. Number two, if you understand that your asset class is a low-hanging fruit and your yields are going to be in your warehousing yields. If you've got a mix of warehousing and industrial, yeah, industrial yields could be much higher because of Make in India. A lot of supply chain Make in India and export is coming, and we are building that. We are probably getting double digits plus. But on the warehousing side, I'm like all of you. It's single digit, later and between 8 and 10%. And if you make 10%, that's great, I would say. But then to make that happen, yes, there has to be growth in rentals, which I anticipate should happen post this. There has to be some sense in terms of passing on the, for example, I mean, your logistics is bulk of it is your petrol and diesel, and everyone has taken a price increase and passed it on to a Unilever or an Asian Paint. So similarly, all your 3PLs and e-commerce guys. So similarly, we as developers should also be able to, and I see that happening, be able to pass on the inflationary pressures to this sector and see a rental growth. So what is important for the asset? Rental growth, compression in yields, which obviously depends on that in a year's time or something like that, and the redundancy should be less. In terms of demand and supply, this industry has very lot to offer in the Indian context, and yes, it's set for growth. So I must say that in its next 5 to 8 years, we'll see large amount of institutional growth in this segment coming.
Excellent. Thank you so much for summarizing that up for our viewers, and thank you once again. Thank you, esteemed colleagues. Thank you, industry leaders. Thank you, participants, for staying invested through the session. I hand it over again back to Swapna.
Yeah, that was some very interesting perspectives that came from our speakers here. I think the sense that we get is that there's a lot more to be done. It's still a new sector, a lot of new models we will see coming up. Shyam, what is your take, your last word on how this sector is going to develop in next few years?
So my take is this: 3PL has kind of left a lasting impression. E-commerce has fueled up the growth. I think the sector, like you said, is evolving. I think we have still more growth left. There's a lot of headroom for players to enter. I think the gentlemen that you see here have set the benchmarks very high. I think we are on par with any global supply that's coming in across the world. I think we are trying to innovate a lot more. This 30-minute delivery model is not there in Singapore. Trust me on that. So I think we are very innovative as a country. I think there's a clarion call from the Prime Minister that on Atmanirbhar. So a lot of self-reliance that is being talked about. So the demand is here to stay. I think a short-term rent increase imminent. I think there's no two ways about it, because you want to have grade A infrastructure, you have to pay for grade A infrastructure. That's simple as that. But I think there is very, very good demand growth. That is what Collier's report also captures. We released it yesterday for the top 5 cities. We've seen demand grow up. There's a lot of supply also coming into the market. Demand is always chasing the supply. I think that as long as that is happening, I think we are all in for a very, very good growth scenario as we go by. Short-term to medium-term and even long-term vision for this sector is great. I think that's the summation that we have from the sector, and that's my view as well.
The demand for grade A spaces is huge. We've still not tapped it. I think we have just scratched the surface. So one closing comment from all our speakers. What is that the government can do more? We have Gati Shakti, national logistics policy coming in, 100% FDI now in this segment. What one thing, starting with Mr. Sridhar, what one thing do you expect the government to do more for this sector?
I think they've already, I think, neutered the idea and put it industrial and logistics sector into the infrastructure category. So that's something which is very welcome. What they can do is make the clusters, make the land acquisition a little bit much more easier and standardized, because right now, as I think what Rajat was pointing out, land acquisition is every time we started, he had this land as an issue in terms of cost and acquisition in India. So maybe, there is something for this sector specifically, because this sector is contributing directly to the GDP and is very visible. So, for example, they have taken an initiative, but if they can do something more in terms of giving, earmarking certain spaces which they start, I've been talking to respective state governments and also at the center to be able to, say that, you a lot. It's not that you don't do it
Right.
at a market price, but make it easier, make it much more
Process of
sustainable,
land
less cost.
acquisition,
Yes,
if
yes.
it can be
That's
made
something which I
easier.
do. Second most important thing I want the government to do, and I think they can do, is to allow input credit on GST to this sector. Because with the commodity inflation, the only way to sustain the yields that my friends are talking here about is to make that happen. I made a presentation also to APRIA, to other sectors, to the last economic advisor. And I'd once again reiterate in this forum that they can definitely do.
That's right.
Give us the credit
ITC
of it.
is one demand which is from all segments of real estate right now.
There are two things that I would take are
Yeah.
key priority.
So, Mr. Sikri, your one thing that you expect the government to do for this sector.
I was going to say have a unified land acquisition code, which Sridhar already took my answer. And then since he took that, I was going to say, do whatever you can to control commodity prices, but he took that answer as well. So I have no further answers to give after that.
Okay, so you have similar sentiments. You also believe
Absolutely.
that land acquisition is something where government can make the processes easier, and again, the prices, the commodity prices,
Absolutely,
that the government can help with. Rajat, you would like to add one, your take
Right.
what government can do.
Yeah, I think planning guidelines can be more appreciative of this asset class. In a lot of cities and states, if you read planning guidelines today, by various authorities, warehousing doesn't exist as an asset class. You'll be surprised, but that's true. Whether it's in city or whether it's outside cities, I think all states and cities need to recognize that this asset class is, prevalent, is here to grow. And just like they have specific norms for commercial, residential, I think every city needs to have specific norms both for industrial and warehousing. These are actually two sub-segments that vary in how they operate, and be very clear about what you can do, what you can't do. Right now, I think we're subject to a lot of speculation, bureaucratic indecision.
Have it, but it's not uniform across the country. You're right, but some states have it.
That's right. So what Rajat is saying, we do not have actually the guidelines for this sector, which is quite surprising that we need to come up with some kind of guidelines like we have for other segments of real estate. So this is where, and that is one sign of a mature market or mature sector. So this is where, again, government can come with standard guidelines for this segment, what Mr. Rajat Garg just said. Mr. Rahul Pandit, your views, what government can do for the sector, and then we'll go to Richard.
Okay, actually two things: to improve overall capital efficiency and also operating efficiency and give a big fillip to development. First is this sector is by and large non-polluting. And when you look at the norms for development for environment clearance, they are interestingly more stricter and rigorous that apply to regular polluting industries. So there is a great opportunity to view this sector as a developmental sector which is going to contribute to reducing the cost of logistics for India. And how do you do that? Is actually take a view to say, hey, if this is non-polluting, then how are we going to be treating environment clearances? Because typically, depending on state to state, this could effectively, increase carrying costs anywhere from 6 to 9 months. And, for more foreign capital to come on in, it has to be very progressive. The second, which should actually be a national agenda. Shri Modi has set for India a target of 500 gigawatts of clean energy by 2030. Now, all of us across our portfolios have massive roofs, and which we could utilize, as is happening in most economies, to be generating solar energy and to feed it into the grid and also make the operating costs of businesses lower. However, while the central government and the Prime Minister have this very appreciable and aggressive target for the country, given what's happening in the states and various discoms, either it is totally discouraged. So some states say, look, you cannot do this and you cannot feed it to the grid. And some states have set caps which are very minuscule, like 0.5 megawatt. Each of these locations could be producing a couple of megawatts, and contribute to the national grid. So that's the second thing which could be done to have this sector actually contribute to the nation's agenda of clean energy.
That's right. That's right. Very, very valid point, because ESG is becoming one big factor with a lot of occupiers, especially international companies, and that is what they are looking at when they are taking up spaces. Richard, lastly, you heard all the warehousing guys, what their take is on when you are hiring a warehousing space, what is your expectation, and where do you see that the government can do something more for the sector?
I honestly think that the government is already doing a lot, and they are thinking the right direction. I just really would like them to finish the implementation on time, and that is the most important thing here. So that's what
Okay,
I'm
so,
thinking.
so the proposals are there, government is thinking in the right direction, but it is the implementation which is probably needs to be faster, and the execution on grounds is something what is required. So one fantastic panel that we had, and it has set the tone of the day for our rest of the sessions. Thank you, Shyam, for that wonderful moderation of the panel, and to all our speakers, Aditya, Rajat, Mr. Richard, and Rahul Pandit, and Mr. Sridhar. Thank you for being here with us and being part of this session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was one very exciting session of the day. And let's move on to the next conversation, which is a fireside chat on the topic of Tier 2 cities, the warehousing growth hubs. While our first panel did touch upon that, now let's talk in detail with our eminent panel members. The session is moderated by Amit Goenka, MD and CEO, NISES Finance. He's part of the advisory board of the funds managed by NISES Finance, and that has spread the growth and corporate governance of the fund pools, the NBFC, and the advisory services of NISES Finance. Amit Goenka brings over 23 years of top-tier multinational experience in banking, direct investments, and strategy, and has been responsible for over $7 billion of transactions worldwide. So this is our eminent moderator of this session. Let me now introduce our speakers in the alphabetical order. We have with us Mr. Nirav Kothari, Executive Director, Godwit Construction Private Limited. He's an industrial real estate veteran with more than 19 years of experience and looks after the execution of projects, leading the team since Godwit's inception and developing close to 1.1 million square feet of industrial space. He had earlier worked with JLL in strategic consulting department and went on to head the industrial warehousing department, later heading the Ahmedabad, Gujarat office. Our next eminent panel member, let me introduce Mr. Prateek Jalan, Director, Jalan Builders. Prateek Jalan has developed multiple logistic parks, including Sankrail Industrial Park, Amta Industrial Park, and Bagnan Industrial Park, giving a new face to the warehousing sphere in Eastern India. He has adopted the latest technology, taking infrastructure development of prefab solutions to a new era in the commercial, industrial, and warehousing segment. So this is our eminent panel for this fireside chat. Amit, let me hand it over to you now.
Thank you very much, Sapna, for that wonderful introduction. And what a pleasure to be amongst two extraordinary experts, East versus West. One coming, representing the western part of the country, and Pratik representing the eastern part of the country. So it'll be an interesting perspective of East versus West within the warehousing space. Of course, I think it's made our jobs a bit tougher because the previous panel has actually covered a very large spectrum of things which covers the sector of warehousing within the country. But of course, I think what's more now relevant for us within this fireside chat, and it's a pleasure to have you guys on this panel. So thank you for making time. Is to actually discuss the nuances of these cities, because we all know what's happening with Mumbai, with Delhi, with Bangalore, with Chennai, and some of the major 6-7 metros in terms of warehousing. We know that about 287 to 300 million square feet of warehousing has already come up, which is likely to double in less than about 3 years' time. So it's a massive target, and I don't think that's going to be possible without a full-on chugging along of the tier 2 cities and non-metro locations to actually, grow at a very, very hectic pace. I made to, the statistics also say that in the last 3 to 4 years, between 2017 to now, the warehousing industry has actually grown at a CAGR of almost 40% plus. I think that's phenomenal growth, and maybe it has to be doubled maybe by our guests here to be able to meet the targets over the next 3 years. So jumping right into the session, I'm going to start with Nirav. Nirav, welcome. And your quick views on the opportunity set, on the eastern sector, on tier two cities. What does it mean to be actually building out and developing, warehouses, industrial spaces, and logistic parks in the region?
Thank you, Amit, for having me on the fireside chat. Quickly jumping on to your question. This is an industry which I have eaten, breathed, and lived all my life. There's nothing else that I know of to do better in life. But the challenges that this industry faces keep changing year on year. We've seen days when people used to issue LOIs when the land was not even bought, and today people talk of ready spaces. So when a customer or a client comes to a tier two city, his expectation is, I want tier one quality, ready supply, and available on tap. Unfortunately, tier two markets don't have that. So that's the big gap. That their expectation is tier one quality and ready supply. Unfortunately, both of these don't exist. So it's people like us who try to get ahead of the curve, start building ahead of time, start looking at locations which would work in the future, start development activities, and then probably have to wait 3 to 6 months for a customer to come in and occupy that space. So these are some of the things that are going on today as we speak in tier two markets.
Okay, good. I'm going to ask the same question to you, Prateek. Prateek, you'll be looking at the eastern markets. And do you see similar challenges when the country is absolutely on fire when it comes to, especially post-COVID, when it comes to sheer demand of warehousing and industrial parks, the growth of e-commerce companies, the distribution needs from FMCG companies? What is your take on the demand coming into your region?
Yeah, so I mean, my answer is going to be very similar to what Nirav has already mentioned, and most of the points have already been covered in the previous session, as you mentioned. So tier two is now becoming a very important part, because what is happening is that tier one cities are becoming quite unviable in terms of the rentals that is being offered. And so what we are realizing that now companies are mainly focusing on tier one cities only to create their mother hubs, and they're starting to planning to start creating their distribution hubs in tier two cities, and even to some extent there's some companies who are planning to do some developments in tier three cities, because the rental benefits in these cities would be much more beneficial than in tier one cities. Tier one cities are already facing a lot of issues in terms of supply of land, and therefore supply of warehouses, because land in all the tier one and metros are becoming very exorbitantly high. The input costs have already increased a lot, so the yield has really gone down. So I remember when we started doing this business some 15-20 years back, we used to look at a yield of around somewhere between 12 to 14%, which has now come down to sub 8% when we go for higher e-com players. So in comparison to that, tier two cities also becomes viable for developers like us, where the input cost is more or less the same, because it is, there's hardly any difference in construction costs, but at least when the land acquisition cost goes down, the yield becomes a little bit more viable for us to deliver warehouses. And so in that case, we are also able to pass on that benefit of rentals to our end users. So, but having said that, as Neeraj said, that tier two cities have their own challenges. One of the biggest challenges that we face today is, like, we are trying to do some work in Siliguri and Guwahati, which is very close to Calcutta. So we've met a lot of landlords who hold a lot of land parcel. But when we take a proposal to them, their cost analysis are always based on grade B warehousing. So they're still stuck to numbers where they say that warehouses are constructed at a price of 800-900 rupees a square feet, which used to happen 5 years back. And now when we tell them that no, the cost of construction would be close to 1,400-1,500, so they're somehow very uncomfortable, and that is one of the reasons that we are not being able to close deals and provide services.
So purely from a demand perspective, of course, we understand the supply side constraints, land being one of them, and obviously one of the major constraints for the growth. We all understand that. But purely from a demand side perspective for your region, what sort of demand do you anticipate coming in the next 2 to 3 years?
Demand looks very good. Warehousing has, as you mentioned, has been growing at almost a 15% year-on-year growth. E-com is growing at almost 20%, especially in the last 2 years. Tier 2 cities will see more. I feel they'll see more. The demand of warehouses than Tier 1 cities, because what we faced in the last 1 year, we've seen that actually the first year of pandemic saw a very big growth in the demand for warehouses because of the business that the industry was doing. E-com did almost close to a 1 lakh crore in the first year of pandemic, but last year comparatively, the e-commerce went down and the retail went to almost 3 lakh crore. So in Tier 1 cities, people have access to malls, they have access to showrooms, they have the option of going out and physically sourcing products. But in Tier 2 cities, their access to such places are very limited, and so their source of their source of sourcing is warehouses. So that is why the demand in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities would be much higher in comparison to Tier 1 cities in terms of percentage.
Okay, so what sort of footprint are you hoping to build in the next 2 to 3 years to meet that demand?
So if we talk about Tier 1 and Tier 2, so we are majorly working in Kolkata and West Bengal, but we've just started doing some work in Siliguri, and we are also exploring Guwahati. So at Siliguri and Guwahati, we are definitely facing a lot of challenge in terms of land acquisition. But in Calcutta, we are planning to do around roughly 2 million square feet in the next 18 months.
Okay, same question to you, Nirav. If you could build, given the constraints that we talked about in a bit, what sort of footprint are you hoping to develop in the next 2 to 3 years to cater to this growing demand?
So our organization today is kind of geared to build and lease anywhere between 7.5 lakh to 10 lakh square feet per annum for the next 5 years. So we are looking at over a 5-year period about 5 million square feet of warehousing as well as industrial space to be built and leased out to customers.
Do you expect any impact on the prices or the yields of the rentals with this growth as well? Or do you think there will only be not just an escalation in the demand, but also an escalation of the rents, given the quality parameters that you mentioned?
So what happens is there is a lag in terms of escalation in commodity prices and the escalation in rentals. That lag is anywhere between 6 months to a year.
Okay.
So there will be an impact on yield for in the near term future, but then eventually all occupiers have to consider that all input costs have gone up, and this is the rental that a developer can afford, the rock bottom rental, and they would have to pay that rental if they want the quality that they desire. If they're willing to compromise on quality, obviously there is B grade or B plus grade available in that vicinity.
What sort of innovation are you trying to bring into your products? And so, is ESG an important factor? Let me add that. Is ESG an important factor as well?
So we are in all our buildings that we're doing, ESG is a very, very important factor. However, ESG is not driven from an end customer's perspective, but from our philosophy of causing less damage to the environment while we do development.
So your customers are not demanding ESG today?
No, not today. But from our development belief, we are doing a lot of ESG requirements that we are meeting today, including my previous panelist that mentioned, we are doing solar power on all our rooftops. We're planting close to 50,000 trees in each park, recycling all the water that is generated, and using recycled materials. So these are all the things that we do in all our new buildings. However, none of it is demanded by the customer today.
I see. And what kind of product innovation from a development perspective are you bringing into? Because given that commodity prices have risen, input costs have risen, what is it that you're doing to be able to build more efficiency in the end product? Or is it not possible in current times?
No, it is possible. The only innovation that one can do today, and that helps us control our prices, input costs today, is volumes. And so when I go and sit down with a vendor and talk of dealing in volume, I do get the best prices, and which translates into, you know, square footage, more square footage to be built, whether it is buying steel or cement or any other things like emergency doors and firefighting systems, etc. The only innovation that you can do is volumes,
Right.
and which essentially means that you go out and build more.
Right, Pratik, because you also do metro city locations, is it more going to be in-city locations, in-city infrastructure, in-city warehousing, or will there be continued demand for, you know, just the motherships or the mega boxes? Or do you see now also shift for in-city products, you know, going for the, you know, last mile distribution networks as well?
So we've seen a huge rise in demand for in-city warehouses in the last 1 year. So I mean, this is mainly driven by all the e-com and the grocery markets who've started setting up their last mile delivery options. But these are much smaller warehouses, excuse me, which sorry, which ranges from around excuse me, 3 to 5,000 square feet. But the main focus is obviously on the mother hubs and the distribution centers, because that is where, as Mr. Neerav said, that is where we get volumes. Because generally all these companies are very restricted when they come to their rentals. So the yields with them are very less, and especially when we get into a metro location, the yields even go lower because the cost of acquisition is much higher.
Right. So, Neerav, while Pratik was mentioning that land, especially in tier two locations, is one of the singular constraint, it is also in metro locations. What are the other constraints that you are trying to debottleneck?
So, apart from land, the biggest challenge that we face today is sanctions and approvals. And the panel before us was discussing about streamlining sanctions and approvals. And when you go to tier two cities in different states, all the rules, regulations, laws change from state to state, right? So you end up dealing with a whole bunch of agencies, different norms, different regulations, and sit down, and some need an EIA, some don't. Some need a plan to be sanctioned, some don't. You can just start construction. So these are after land acquisition, the second biggest challenge is getting approvals in a uniform fashion.
Okay. Okay. And third one, if any?
Third one is skilled manpower.
Right.
Nobody
I was
today
hoping you'd
talks
mention,
about,
somebody would mention that. Yeah.
Nobody in the previous panel mentioned it. It's the scarcity of skilled manpower, which the country, acute scarcity of skilled manpower that the country is facing.
Absolutely. I'm glad that you brought it on, Neerav. I think that's one of the major factors. We only think this is an asset business, but this is also a people's business. I think that's fantastic. But let me come to about the institutionalization of this business. We've seen warehousing actually now becoming a mainstream institutional asset class. It was only the other day that I was actually on a panel, we were discussing REITs, and the thought we had was that the next asset class that will possibly be REITable will be industrial and warehousing. Do you think tier two is ready to actually jump into the REIT bandwagon anytime soon? Or if not, how far away are you from that?
Unfortunately, today, none of the developers who are operating in tier two markets have a decently sized portfolio, which is REITable. I mean, all our assets put together is about 2 million square feet. And if I want to go and list it out on a REIT, I still do not have, I would call it as an ideal size to go out and REIT. So maybe in a couple of years' time, we would be there, where tier two cities would have REITable assets. However, in the short term, I think people like Indospace, Blackstone, And these are the guys who would have hit a plateau in tier 1 cities in terms of growth, would start looking at tier 2 cities and look for partners like us to kind of help them build that portfolio. And we would then probably have an exit somewhere down the line.
Neerav, just to your point, when you were mentioning about 6 months of vacancy, would bring you back to certain numbers. Pre-COVID, the absorption was less than the supply that was hitting the market. Since 2020, the absorption has been greater or equal to the supply coming into the market. What changed? Has the absorption changed or has the supply has come down?
It's a combination of both. The absorption has also gone up, primarily driven from e-commerce companies, not just the big boys, but even the smaller guys. People like Nykas and Big Baskets of the world have also expanded their footprint. And the 2 years of COVID and the uncertainty that it brought in, development also slowed down. So this has both put together, it has brought in a little bit of equilibrium in the market. And as a result, we have started seeing rentals moving northwards. So if in 2 years ago, a market which had rental of, let's say, a tier 2 market had a rental of 10 to 12 rupees. Today, the same market operates at about 16, 17, 18 rupees. So that is because of a combination of both. Supply has gone down and demand has gone up.
Understood. Okay, great. So now, if you were to look at purely from the Western zone perspective, and of course you're operating out of Ahmedabad, are there key growth corridors that you see?
Oh yes, there are very clear low-hanging fruits that exist in tier 2 warehousing markets. The cities are no-brainers. It is, let's say Ahmedabad, if I were to consider as a tier 2 market, though a lot of my friends from the IPC would tend to disagree, but I would still call it a tier 2 market. So Ahmedabad, Jaipur, Vapi, Indore, in the western part of the country are tier 2 cities. And then there are those industrial clusters, so to say, which focus more on manufacturing rather than on warehousing. And these cities are, cities like Baroda, even some corridors of Ahmedabad, these focus solely on manufacturing. So these are also very good corridors to work with.
But given that, you have something like a DMIC effectively passing through the western belt of the country, and it is largely going to focus on industrial development, shouldn't industrial clusters become more of a focus than for logistics, 3PL, e-commerce, which is anyway what tier 2 guys are offering?
In our development philosophy, we have moved away genuinely from warehousing to industrial. The focus is going to be industrial and not warehousing. We will build structures which are industrial compliant. And then if the occupier says that, yes, I'm a warehousing player, but this works for me, we are more than happy to give it to them. But the focus will be on manufacturing going forward.
I will bring the same question to you, Prateek. Where is your focus going to be? Are you still going to continue to compete for the 3PL e-commerce logistic companies, or are you also looking at industrial parks and industrial clusters as an opportunity set? Given that there's a lot of push for manufacturing, even in the eastern coast of the country.
With us, Amit, it has been actually very different. So when we had got into this business around 30 years back, we actually had started with development of industrial parks, and we didn't even know what a warehouse meant at that time. It was only after 8-10 years that we had started developing spaces to lease, but they weren't called warehouses those times. I mean, they were more known as godowns that time, because they were like absolutely grade C constructions. In the last 5-6 years, we've seen a lot of growth in the warehousing industry, but surprisingly, in the last 1 year, we've seen a lot of growth in the industrial segment also, which had kind of waved off before that for almost 7-8 years. So in the last 1 year, I think out of all the leases that we've done, 50% of the lease has happened actually with manufacturers and industries. So we are quite confident on the growth for industrial also on this side of the country. Definitely East is a very important part. And now, since we have started offering space on these for industries are also more comfortable to come in because their main capex cost is immediately waived off. So their risk goes very low. In the last 7-8 months itself, we have leased close to 0.5 million square feet for industries. So we are definitely seeing a lot of intent coming in for that, and we are actually now focusing on both because there's equal demand for both. So what we've actually started doing in our parks is we started creating the basic shell, and then we keep enough flexibility to either swing it towards the warehousing side or the industrial side, however the demand comes.
Okay, that's, I think, excellent. I think that's a brilliant strategy. I do believe what you guys are saying is in line with what I think the outlook also keeps on telling us. I'm going to also just finally going to ask you the same question again, Prateek, that you mentioned land as one of the constraints, and of course, Nida brought out two other points. Are there any other constraints, whether it's infrastructure, road, power, connectivity, any other things that you wish were better for the eastern region for it to further accelerate and reach the sort of development potential that it needs to develop for itself?
I think in terms of that, it is mainly, as a lot of people have already mentioned, the involvement of the government and the approvals is very important. So this is the main issue that we've been facing since last 4-5 years. I mean, we can develop a 5 lakh square feet warehouse in 6 to 7 months time, but we take 1 year for the approval itself. So that itself takes out the entire viability of the project, because once we invest into the land, the main capital is already invested, and then if we take around a year and a half for approvals, the entire viability of the project goes off because the yields have already come down. So I mean, the government approvals, I think, are the biggest constraint. If that is fast tracked, then everything else can be managed by developers on the personal level.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Prateek. A 30-second closing remark from you, Nirav, on the tier 2 opportunity for warehousing and industrial parks in our country.
I think times are very challenging, but very exciting as well. And with the advent of new age customers coming to tier 2 cities, they will demand for better quality products, better infrastructure from people like us. And it's going to be a great time looking at developing these assets and handing it over to them for operation.
Absolutely exciting times for you, Nirav. People are looking at you when they're looking at setting up their businesses in the Western region, moving away from expensive locations like Mumbai and Bhiwandi, and looking at growing into the hinterland of the country. Prateek, 30 seconds closing remarks on opportunities for tier 2 warehousing and industrial parks for yourself.
I think tier 2 cities have a great potential. I mean, we do need a lot of know-how to be educated in those cities so that people can develop better infrastructures and can develop grade A parks and make them more futuristic. But on the growth level, I think they have great potential, and we are quite aggressive and confident on developing in tier 2 cities.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I think it was an excellent session. I think you've led the path to explaining to the audience, to our country, to our world, that there is a huge potential and a need for further acceleration of the tier 2 locations. All reports have pointed out that the growth and the aspiration to 500 million square feet cannot come without an extraordinary growth happening within the tier 2 locations. I think there'll be some level of maturity, some level of plateauing that is already happening, is likely to happen in the tier 1 locations. So clearly, the tier 2 cities, the growth corridors of our country need to rev up and need to fire up a lot more. Just to very quickly say that Nirav has mentioned about 3 constraints. The first, of course, being land, second being sanctions and approvals, and the third being availability of skilled manpower. He's also mentioned that industrial asset classes, including industrial manufacturing, is a great potential in the infrastructure development and corridor. They've been focusing on that in a very large way, a very sticky asset class, and likely to continue to be an attractive segment of development. Cities of Ahmedabad, Jaipur, Vapi, and Indore continue to have the largest amount of eyeballs when it comes to the occupiers. Those are the cities in the western region to watch out for. Of course, there'll be other manufacturing hubs like Baroda, etc., which may also come on stream. Going to Prateek, Prateek mentioned that it has been very challenging. The old school mindset of landowners in the hinterland of the country still is changing, needs to change, but there is an opportunity set. In city housing continues to dominate demand and is continuing to grow. Of course, albeit at lower yields, there has been a challenge for yields. but yields are likely to go northwards as people demand better products and better facilities. There is an opportunity to get better outcomes of these products. I think what is Pratik has also mentioned that there is a significant opportunity both in the industrial as well as warehousing segments. Both are zones that need, or both are asset classes that will continue to find fancy. It's not just warehousing; it's also industrial parks that are finding great amount of demand. We are apparently about 4 to 5 years away, is what the panelists felt when it comes to maturing as a geographic distribution from a retail perspective. But it is very likely to happen. There is a outstanding demand of almost about 10 million square feet of warehousing and industrial parks when it comes to tier two against a supply of only 3 million. So the potential at least three times, to grow 300 times, 3x on the current footprint. And I think that itself is a fairly big challenge that our gentlemen are here trying to overcome in the next few years. So I think it has been wonderful talking to you guys. I love the conversation. I'm excited about what you guys are up to, and I wish you all the very best. Sapna, if there are any other questions for our audience, please do.
Yes, first of all, Amit, you yourself are an investor. So from an investor's point of view, how bullish are you on this sector?
Sapna, actually, I'm very bullish, for the very simple reason, the land that we bought 10 years ago has actually become 5 times more valuable. So just the fact that if, the beauty of tier two is that the value of the asset actually grows phenomenally over time. That does not happen in a Bhiwandi. I mean, it has happened, but, unlikely to continue to happen in the tier one locations that people have typically gone to. So, I do believe that the potential for underlying asset appreciation is still very large. I'm talking to a bunch of friends to see if we can actually go out and acquire 100-acre land parcel, okay, and grow it up to 1,000-acre land parcel, okay, Sapna, and actually give it on warehousing or give it for infrastructure for the next 20 years. Because at the end of that 15-20-year cycle, when the asset value has actually depreciated to zero, the value of the underlying would have actually become 5 times more or 10 times more. So that is actually quite exciting because, the city boundaries are expanding everywhere. And that's the beauty of, tier two, tier three cities, that they're suddenly growing outwards and very rapidly. So I actually think that if I'm not going to actually stick to the yield, I actually think that the value of the underlying can be a very large equity kicker for us. So I'm quite excited about that opportunity. We're working very actively in a few zones.
Fantastic. Good news for the warehousing players who are here today with us, So, and another point was the GST. We, from our earlier speakers, Dr. Hiranandani also, there was a mixed reaction on GST. So from all our speakers, has it had a positive impact or a negative impact? Or what is the ratio? Amit, starting from you, how do you see GST impacting warehousing?
I think Sridhar rightly put it. I think we need to have a more rationalized GST regime. Sapna. I think Sridhar is a good friend. He's an expert, and I know that unless we rationalize GST, we make it as a pass-through, and that's true for all rental assets, Sapna, not just for this. We've had a problem of GST in any rental asset. Unless you're able to get it for credit, you'll never be efficient enough on tax. So I think that's an outstanding demand, continues to be an outstanding demand, and we certainly need rationalization of GST. You cannot have, you cannot have not have a GST input credit. It just makes it very, very inefficient to actually offer a competitive rental product. So I remain with that view, Sapna. I mean, okay. I don't know about the panelists.
Okay, Nero, what's your take on this? Because GST has opened up, the boundaries between states and cities. But as Amit said, ITC remains a problem. So how has it impacted?
I would agree with our previous panelists as well as Amit that ITC should be given to even warehousing players. For the simple reason that today, let's say a 20 rupees rental product, if you get an ITC, we are talking of 16 rupees as the rental. Because if today 18% GST is my cost. If that cost becomes a pass-through, we are talking of lower rentals already. So and that benefits everybody. It just doesn't benefit us, but it benefits the occupier. It benefits people who order online as well. I mean, their product prices are going to come down. So it's a rationalization has to take place. There's no way out in this.
Okay. Pratik, your last comments on that. GST good or bad for the sector? You're on mute.
Sorry, I was saying that GST I think is very important. The input tax credit availment in warehousing would really boost up the industry. In fact, I was having this discussion with another GST official the other day when I was mentioning that, you know, we as warehouse developers, we are ultimately providing services and we are not the end user. You know, so all our vendors get the benefit of input tax credit. All our clients, all our tenants also get the benefit of input tax credit, but we don't. And that additional cost of 18 to 18% on the construction cost, especially in today's inflated rate, is very high. And we basically, if we get the input tax credit, we will be able to pass on that benefit to the end users.
So I think the entire way of looking at warehousing, Amit, has to change from the government perspective. You know, if you want to,
I mean, GST started the warehouse revolution. Let us not forget that. But you know, you can't be at the starting line. You need to move on, and I think that's what we want.
Right, like Prateek said, that we need to, you know, look at it in a different way. Nirav mentioned the same thing. You know, we have to relook how warehousing sector is, what kind of services they are providing. So fantastic. I think one thing, you know, that we have, you know, one takeaway from this session is that the Tier 2, as our topic says, is the growth hub for warehousing sector. And rightly mentioned, Nirav rightly mentioned, a lot of Tier 1 players who, you know, warehousing players are now moving on into the Tier 2 cities. So thank you so much, Amit, for that fantastic, you know, moderation of the panel and for sharing your, you know, plans. Your investment plans, which I'm sure is
a secret.
To a lot of people.
Please edit it out.
So thanks, Neerav. Thank you for sharing your perspective on how the Tier 2 city of Western India is doing, and Prateek for the Eastern India perspective of warehousing sector. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you very much. What a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that was, you know, wonderful conversation that we had, and now let's get ready for another very interesting conversation. And we already have our next set of speakers here with us. So let me quickly introduce our next panel members. Our next session is on the topic of risks and rewards of investing in India's warehousing sector. And we welcome our moderator of the session, Mr. Gautam Saraf, Managing Director, Mumbai and New Business India, Cushman & Wakefield. He steers the firm's business growth, driving operational excellence and pioneering the best trade practices for businesses. In more than 15 years of service at Cushman & Wakefield, Gautam has been instrumental in growing the firm's revenue multifold with innovative service offerings for occupiers as well as investors. He is also the founding member of agency leasing business for Cushman & Wakefield in India. Let me now welcome our speakers of the session in an alphabetical order. And first of all, introduce Anesh Shukla, Chief Customer Officer, Wells Fund 1 Logistics Parks. With a robust domestic and international know-how, Ane has been in leadership positions for over 18 years in commercial and supply chain management. He has been instrumental in providing customized infrastructure solutions for potential and existing clients, enabling them to unlock greater value. Our next eminent panel member, let me introduce Ashish Joshi, founder and CEO, Landmark Capital Advisors. Ashish Joshi has spent over 25 years in real estate fund management, investment banking, corporate finance, and strategic planning. With a vision to bring global investment themes to India, he founded Landmark Capital as a fund management vehicle focusing on identifying and investing in high potential themes in the real estate sector. Our next panel member is Rahul Virmani, Director Operations and Business Development at SM Logistics Warehousing Company Private Limited. Rahul Virmani is a third generation entrepreneur into the family logistics and distribution business that has been associated with all top brands like Marico, Nestle, Kellogg's, Asian Paints, Amul, Adani, Wilmar, to name just a few, and handling their 3PL businesses across North India. Under his able leadership, the organization got ISO certified and now has its own logistics parks in Haryana, Punjab, and Delhi. Our next eminent panel member, I introduce Mr. Sandeep Narayan Singh Dio. He's the Senior Director and Head Industrial Investment Services at Savills India and has over 14 years of experience in varied roles with a flair to drive revenue and growth. He's an industry specialist with knowledge of industrial brokerage business and investment banking and has structured several notable transactions in the past as an advisor and subject matter expert for industrial investments. Our final panel member joining this session is Mr. Tapan Bhatt, Head of Investment, Ascenda's First Phase. Tapan brings with him over 15 years of experience in US, UK, and India across private equity, hedge fund, and investment banking industries. He has completed transactions worth over USD 42 billion in US, UK, India, China, Malaysia, Vietnam, Turkey, Australia, and Russia. And previously, Tapan was the founder and managing director of Toro FinServ LLP. His earlier stints were with ICICI Venture, Darwin Property Investment Management London, Mercury Partners, and Bank of America and in USA as part of their investment teams. So this is our eminent panel of experts, and let me hand it over to our moderator of the session, Mr. Gautam Saraf.
Thank you, Sapna. Quite an interesting topic and very good thought leadership that you've been able to bring together. Risk and reward of investing in Indian warehousing. Sunrise sector pre-COVID, possibly accelerated post-COVID. Whether it's risky or rewarding is something which we will try to answer it by the end of this panel discussion. I believe from a reward perspective, where we have a Make in India PLI scheme, we did hear the previous panel talking about the input tax credits or the GST being a boon or a bane from an industry perspective. What we saw from service provider perspective, one of the most unorganized market, wherein you saw capital coming in greenfield development, taking a development risk. But would that yield returns given the rents have been flattish over the last decade or so? And a lot of institutionalization. So $3.8 billion that came in over the last 5 years as of Q1 of 2022 in industrial is 12% of the private equity money that came into real estate. With that, let me open the panel with the first question to Tapan with his international experience. What's the outlook, Tapan, in terms of investment into warehousing pre-COVID and post-COVID? What's your view on the risk versus reward?
Sure. Thanks a lot, Gautam, for having me here, and thanks for the question. For me, if you look at the fintech world, demonetization sort of acted as a catalyst for their growth. I think for industries, it's been COVID. So pre-COVID, there was demand; it was doing really well as well. But I think post-COVID, it's just taken another leap, and I think it's bound to continue to grow for a while. I think where we'll see a little bit of a difference is because during COVID, there was quick delivery. We were all sitting at home ordering from Swiggy, Zomato, that had increased tremendously. People grew not planned. They took grade B warehouses. They were happy with it. They got wherever they could go. Now that institutional players are coming in, we'll see a lot more consolidation happen. And over the next phase, we'll see that a growth will be more on grade A side than grade B side, as people tend to go to bigger warehouses where they can go and start expanding to newer geographies as well. With respect to risk, I think demand side, I don't see it as a huge risk. I think at what price the demand will come is always a question. I think, and that's also because of what's going on. But we strongly believe that in a year's time, the rents have to sort of correct, because this is otherwise unsustainable for most developers. So I think that will sort of correct by itself. In terms of the risk I see is more on the supply side. Prices have gone up really, really high, A, for the land, and B, also for the construction inputs. I think at some point, once that sort of stabilizes, we'll see a bigger growth on that side as well. So supply will be a little bit constrained. Demand's going to be there. Demand at certain price for the first year or so, and then we'll see a big jump in a year's time, is what my view is.
Quite interesting. Let me bring in Ashish, because he's possibly yet to invest in India, been watching the space quite closely. And would your argument of rents moving up in a year's time excite him to put in the money, or hold him back given the risk of the supply side, which prices have been escalating? Ashish, your view on that side?
Yeah, hi Gautam. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. So I totally agree with what Tapan has said about the growth potential. I think India as a country has all the right ingredient to make a very spicy and interesting recipe out of it. So whether we look at demography, we look at the telecom penetration, all the parameters required to make it successful market, one from the e-commerce side, second from China plus one strategy, focusing on the manufacturing side. So I think I always believe, if you look around the cities which have been very, very successful, and most of the cities always had twin engines firing the local economy. Whether we look at a city like Bangalore, we look at city like Pune, or to some extent city like Chennai. And in the good or bad time, it has always been helpful. If one sector is down, the other sector has been able to pick it up. So I think there is no true argument about where the market is going to be, where the opportunity is going to be. And being in the sector since 06, when as a part of the milestone team, we had floated a small warehousing fund back in 06, and it used to be a cause of celebration when the rental used to touch double digit. 10 rupees used to be a great story. So we have seen that market, and what customer need was not really very important. What you can provide within that cost parameter became the important thing. And there was no real player to partner. So in terms of becoming the developer itself was not a choice. You have to do it any which way. But I think very clearly the risk lies in terms of how how prepared the market is to accept the higher rentals. Tapan was very right when he says until we are figure out a way to pass on the cost, it may not be a very, very sustainable business model to have. And I think we have to, instead of overreacting, possibly we have to see this as an aberration. How the prices of the raw material is going to stabilize. I don't really think the land price is going to be a very stable commodity. It has no choice but to move up. Even in the market like US, people are talking about land price moving up by almost 50%. So given the population of the country, given the limited availability of land, I think that is a bigger risk for the player like us compared to the raw material. And beyond a point, the market has to accept the higher rental to reflect the rising cost.
No, quite interesting. Let me bring in Anay, who probably day in, day out deals with it and probably finds this promising. The double-digit number that you mentioned back in reason to celebrate in milestone days in 2006 is still the double digit. We don't see it going to the triple digit, but that double digit is definitely doubled since 2006 to 2022 now. Anay, what's your view in terms of the risk reward in this space?
So, I completely correlate with what Ashish was saying. I come from a supply chain background, and we used to be the one who used to take up a lot of warehouses. So I do correlate with that single-digit rentals being a benchmark in the supply chain space for many, many years, right? Look, the demand has definitely gone up, and we know the macro factors in terms of how the economy is shaping, booming, and eventually how that is leading up to a significant demand in the warehousing space. I agree with what Tapan says, to large extent, the COVID has proven that this is the asset class which is going to be robust in terms of any up and down that happens across the economic zones, right? It could be pandemic or it could be any other factors. But primarily, and warehousing asset class is almost like an untouchable asset class now. It's stronger, it's robust, and the more stronger we make, the better off we are generally as overall as an economy, right? So no doubt that the rewards are there. There are immediate term risks, I would say, in terms of the land prices going up, the input prices going up, and needless to say, the rentals have to shift up for a sustainability point of view, for the entire ecosystem for us to thrive and survive and sustain, right? I was just reading a report very recently that the yields have also come in from double digits to single digits now for a warehousing asset class. That is something as a cause of worry for sure. But I think I would still say that the capital markets are looking at this asset class as very, very nascent and early to kind of form any benchmarks. So there's a lot of room for us to kind of overall grow. And eventually, I think, we've done this in Bhiwandi. We have a flagship project in Bhiwandi, and we've been able to push the rentals up eventually, not just by, I would say, as a supply demand perspective, but only by creating value also. I think at the end of the day, all of us really have to ensure we are a stakeholder in the entire supply chain process itself as a supply chain ecosystem. And unless we create value for all the stakeholders involved, it cannot be just a passing of the price, because eventually price will come back to us as an end consumer, right? Which is not what we all want also, and which is not eventually sustainable in terms of the percentage price increase. So yeah, I think it's that's where we are. But I feel the prices will go up. It have to go up. But I think it's the ability to convince the end customers on the value that they can derive out of that price will what is eventually help us all to kind of bridge this gap much sooner.
No, that's helpful. I'm bringing in now Rahul, again, similar space like you, but 3 generations, he would have seen the single digit going to double digit. Does he also feel the yields are also dropping to a single digit from a double digit, with $1 million plus up north, which is, a very robust warehousing market? Rahul, your views for the group. You're on mute.
You're on mute, Rahul.
Hi. Thank you, Gautam, for inviting me. I tell you, the story of an Indian warehousing industry is over almost a decade old. It's been 10 years. The logistics player came in and then started building the grade A warehousing. So it's a very, very relatively old industry. It's very, very new industry, per se, telling you. Though the last 5-6 quarters have been really tough for everybody in terms of as a developer also, because I'm a developer also and a 3PL player also. So last few, 2020 was difficult in a pandemic time. And now when the pandemic got over, the cost of the input have gone up like crazy. If you look at in last 2020, the price of steel was about 45 rupee a kg. Now it has gone to about 85 rupee, 90 rupee a kg. And steel is almost a 40% of our total cost. So, and warehousing being a very low margin business, it's very difficult to cope up with the rise of cost in the construction. So it is very, very difficult. So ultimately, the cost has to go up, because when we started this business, I think 10 years back, I started this business, we were probably getting a return of about 12-14%. And now, if I'm currently developing a project, it's hardly a 6.5-7% return, which has become very, very difficult to sustain. Ultimately, the pressure has to go up, but we have to create value for it. A lot of processes has to be built up in terms of the solar power, or probably because it's not that easy that client will increase the cost, because there is hyper competition in around the area. People are willing to give the rental, the space at a much lower prices. But I somehow feel that stupidity ultimately will go. The grade B guys who used to giving very, very cheap rents will not be able to survive for long in this kind of environment. So I somehow feel that the rent has to go up for sure. But I somehow still feel that it's a great time to be in the industry. The Prime Minister is saying that we're going to be a 5 trillion economy. So if a 5 trillion economy has to be there, the good has to be more, the good has to be stored. So it's huge potential in the industry. And I somehow feel that right now we are close to about 200 billion economy, 200 billion market, logistics market. So that has to go to 500, 600 billion in next 7 to 8 years. And then probably next 4 years, we're looking at about 360 billion in the market. So the growth is there, the opportunity is there. But I somehow feel the land acquisition cost and the cost of the raw material, that's going to be a long-term thing. How we have to manage as a developer, how we have to pass on that cost, that has to be seen.
Let me before we jump into the institutionalization of the space or the 5 trillion economy, I'll bring in Sandeep, who would have possibly advised a lot of investors in this space. How do the investors appreciate? Is there a balance between the land prices moving up much faster than the rentals moving up? So obviously the yields are dropping. So rents are going to double digit, but the yields are coming to single digit. What are you hearing on ground in your world?
Thank you, Gautam, and thank you, Realty Plus, for giving this opportunity. Gautam, the basic thing about land prices is land is scarce, and as cities expand, you will find that tenants would typically like to live or put up their facilities closer to the distribution or to the end customer. And as urbanization increases, land values will go up. There's nothing new about it, and nothing is going to change in the future as well. What I mean, investors also, and good Ashish pointed it out, that even in the US, the prices are increasing. What you have to understand, what developers have to really do is extract more, use the land to the fullest extent, not in terms of plot coverage, but in terms of how they understand the tenant's business, and give tenants that idea of making the warehouses future compliant, okay, future proof. So tenants can use more volumetric storage, tenants can use more technology, because if you just analyze and see, rent is just about 4 to 6% of the entire logistic cost as a percentage. There is transportation, there is automation, there's labor, there's inventory. So how developers can, help tenants to think in a future way is to give them value additions so that they can reduce their cost in the other buckets, and then can offer more rental to the developers. And as all the panelists said, rents would definitely go up. I mean, I will also concur with Ashish that I have seen those days when rents were single digit, and over a period of time they moved to $20, 21, 22. And there will also come a time, and we are discussing right now, and I mean, I don't know what time it will be, but at some point of time, a 26, 27 will not be out of the market. Okay. So, but yes, we have to give those value additions, bring in those efficiencies, which will enable tenants to offer that kind of rental, and that will really work out at that time.
Thank you, Sandeep. Let me bring in the capital providers again, which is Tapan and Ashish, wherein, you saw, if I compare it to an asset class like office, wherein commercial assets were built by local developers that defined micro markets, where institutionalization happened at the core space. In an industrial space, because it was unorganized, institutionalization happened much faster, and they took the greenfield call there. And the land prices moved up much faster. The input cost has moved up. The steel has doubled, while the rent remains at 4-6% of the overall cost of something. Now, in an office space, if I have a 100 million square feet portfolio as a Sindas, I know that 100 million is in the top 7 cities. But in an industrial or a logistics space, if I have 100 million, it's over 25 to 27 cities. So how do you operationally manage that? It's a nightmare even thinking of it. Tapan, you want to start with that, and Ashish, you could.
Sure. So the first question in terms of the growth trajectory in that industrial has seen, right? So there are multiple reasons for it, but we discussed that industrial over the last few years has seen tremendous growth globally, and that sort of has transpired in India as well. So capital providers that's why allocated capital to industrial, because that is what was going everywhere else. I think it made sense to do it in India as well, and we've seen that. I think second important reason is that in 05, 06, when people started investing in office assets, they were all new players to India. Now, a lot of these guys have been in India for the last 10, 15 years. For them to undertake India risk is a little easier than before. So now when they're saying that I'm taking a greenfield risk, they know exactly what they are undertaking. Previously, they had a little bit of a problem judging those sort of risks, and we know the stories of Tishman Spires of the world and whatnot, right? So that's sort of changed a little bit. In terms of managing 100 million square foot of industrial warehousing, I don't think it's as difficult as the office. A lot of my parks are multi-million, and they'll be all close by to each other. So it's a hub and a spoke model. I don't think it's necessarily as difficult as office, because most of my leases are bigger leases as well. It would be 300,000 square foot, 400,000 square foot. So I'm sort of managing fewer relationships than I would have to do in office cases. So yes, it's not easy. We are still sort of going outside the cities and managing the panchayats of the world and whatnot. But I guess I think a lot of us are sort of learning on the way too. I think it'll be easier.
Ashish, what's your view when you invest in this space, and where are you investing?
Yeah, so one is definitely, if you look at the history of investment into India, the overseas capital started coming in 04, 05 in a big way, and a lot of that was coming either into residential or into the IT sector. And IT sector had a history even before the real estate money came into India, because the sector was well established and globally well regarded as such. And because of that, people can really predict what's really going to happen in the IT sector, and that it turn in going to happen in the IT assets in India. And 08 change a lot of things. There were very few people like Tapan who were still taking a developmental risk even during those days. Otherwise, most of the capital was moving towards kind of a risk-free investment into the core assets. And still they found the volume, because that was the only investment grade or institutional grade real estate in India where you can deploy a chunk of capital. And we as a milestone, we had India's first private REIT like a structure investing into properties in a big way. And we have seen in front of our eyes how 08 happened, and a lot of big capital was coming into India. And during that time, warehousing as an asset class was not really that well established, or the argument in favor of investment were not very, very compelling for someone who wants to put in or write a $1 billion check. So, as Tapan said, I totally agree that last 10, 15 years, investors have also developed a lot more confidence in the India story. A lot many good things have happened. A lot of structural reforms have also been able to clear unwanted noise in the system. And gradually people have realized that after US, China, India are going to be the largest market in terms of the e-commerce, or in terms of the warehousing as an asset class. And because of the confidence what they get over the last 15 years, taking the developmental risk for them was much more easier. And that is why we are seeing the kind of money which is coming into India. And one very important thing from our own experience, many times as you establish the tenant relationship, the tenant themselves may want you to come to a new city. Okay, so it's the extension of relationship which happens. You may not have a plan to go to Guwahati, but tenant may want you to come to Guwahati. Okay, so that also is part of the strategy when you are expanding into new locations. And to an extent, when you are able to de-risk the model when the tenant is there, it also changes the way you want to look at a new city in terms of capital deployment. So I think cutting the long story short, people like us will go where we find the opportunity. Of course, we have to look at what is the bandwidth available and what's the capital available with us. But again, I think the driving factor for us is the kind of money what can be generated on our investment.
No, thanks, Ashish. Very fair point. You will go where the demand takes you, or where your relationship client wants you to go. Again, bringing in Rahul and Anay here, which possibly would have experienced this, that how far would you go in terms of acquisition and servicing your tenant? We saw markets like Bhiwandi moving 35 kilometers away. We saw emergence of Palava from a location strategy perspective. We saw Sona emerging in North India perspective. So tell me, Rahul, is there a paradigm shift in selection of criteria from our parameters, which we saw 5 years ago than what we see today?
Kalam, I'll tell you, I think GST came in about 2017 and B. So companies started rationalizing. And the warehousing needs, based on their policy, the logistics merit where they wanted to go, they started consolidating it. So that moved, what happened, they moved from a major city to about 30-40 kilometers from a city to serve that city. Like in Delhi, they wanted to serve either from Sonipat or from a Gurgaon. So that's a 30-40 kilometer radius. But now in the last 5 years, the city has expanded, the residential have gone there. To invest in a warehouse, it's become very, very, it doesn't give that kind of a return also. And the land prices have got shot up like anything. Even earlier, the land prices were close to about 1 crore rupee an acre. Now the land you get for 3.5 crore rupee, 3 crore rupee an acre. So that's become unviable to construct a warehouse now. And then what happened is, then you move 50, 60 kilometers far, like a Farooq Nagar or probably a Jhajjar. So what happened is you get a bigger chunk of land there at a lesser price. So the viability, the yield increases. But what the important thing you have to see is that a government is doing a great job in creating the highways. Probably the road connectivity to the major cities are improving like anything. That's hats off to the government, and Mr. Gadkari is doing a fantastic job in that space. And then you have to, when you move out of the city, you have to see that how far I can go, because you have to create an ecosystem also. It is not about constructing a warehouse. You need the entire ecosystem to go with you. You need the transport hub has to be close to you. You need that the labor accommodation, the how staff will come, how far the staff, how the transportation, you have to manage that. Staff has to come and go at the night shift. Because now e-com is a 24-hour industry. So a guy can order at night. So probably you need to work in all 3 shift operation. So that has to be seen. But ultimately you have to go too far from a city, because that's not viable now to be in the 30-40 kilometers. So ultimately you have to go out, and e-com being the biggest, somehow the consumption, if you look at the share of the e-com in the transaction, it's close to about 30% in the total space absorbed. So e-com will be the biggest driver, and they can service from a far off area, about 30-40 kilometers. You have to go, ultimately far off from there. So I somehow feel that the tier 2, tier 3 cities we have to be bullish on that, because with the greater internet penetration, so people are, and the BharatNet coming in, the government is planning to give fiber net to probably all the villages. So the demand will come from those cities also. So we have to go for the far off cities also. So I somehow still feel that there is a lot of demand will be there in tier 2, tier 3 cities, and you have to go from the major cities far from, because ultimately it will become unviable to do business. You can't buy land at 3.5 rupee an acre and develop a land at such a cost and then expect the yield to be there. So I somehow feel that you have to move almost far from a city now.
Anay, what do you think? Are you as bullish for tier 2, tier 3, or is it the major city as a strategy in the e-commerce space for you?
Yeah, I mean, look, as far as going a little far off from the city, I think it's a subset of, like Rahul mentioned, the road networks getting better. Because warehousing, I mean, we were just talking about warehousing cost being about 4 to 6%, maybe at the max 10% of your overall supply chain cost for any tenant, right? Yes, the manpower cost is a big chunk, but generally what happens is, you start creating a new cluster in a new micro market, and the ecosystem eventually starts getting built out of it. It's only a matter of time till the time, you maybe the first entrant as a developer or as a tenant, you always face a little bit of issues in the first few, maybe a year or two. But eventually it gets sorted out, because as a warehousing hub and cluster starts getting developed, the ecosystem around the labor availability, the trucking environment, everything starts falling in place. And I think that's exactly how we build out micro markets. As developers, we should be really kind of pushing that hard, because if you keep fighting in the same micro market, like Rahul mentioned, we will eventually start pushing the land prices up, start becoming unviable at the yield. You're taking a hit on the yield, or you're taking a hit with the customer because your rentals are going up. Either way, creating micro markets is definitely something in an existing, or the tier 1 markets is something that we all have to collectively do. Coming to tier 2, definitely very, very bullish, Gautam. I mean, tier 2 is your consumption as numbers might still be lower compared to the tier 1 micro market, the top 8 cities. But if you look at the percentage growth that we are seeing in tier 2 is much significant compared to the tier 1 micro markets, right? I mean, tier 1 cities. And I think that trend will continue, because we are still, you look at the e-com penetration, I mean, many reports are barring the COVID spurge, and we should be kind of in a way happy for that. The e-com penetration, what was supposed to happen by around 25, 26, has actually hastened, and now we've already reached those numbers, right? So we are ahead of the curve in terms of at least 3 to 4 years. Now, obviously, the physical infrastructure is not yet supporting that. So there is definitely a lot of bullishness in that tier 2 market to make sure that the penetration impact that has happened on the internet is actually getting translated into the physical infrastructure in terms of the warehousing. So tier 2 definitely, and I mean, I agree with what Ashish was saying. We follow our customers wherever we go. I mean, my customer is absolutely a king for me. If he says, boss, I want something in Guwahati, we want something in Coimbatore, absolutely happy to look at it, because your risk is minimized. You have an anchor client you want to go with, and tier 2 is definitely the way where, I mean, it's supply demand, right? If you're talking to your customers and everyone's asking you on all, what do you have in a tier 2 market, that means everyone has started to focus on that market now, on the cities. So definitely very bullish on that.
So let me come back to the city when we went far away or something. Tell me, where do we see that demand going in? Of course, it's been exploding in terms of in-city warehouses as a demand, and obviously there's no availability of land. So would you retrofit existing grade C buildings which exist in terms of workshops or old warehouses or industrial sheds or office blocks also? And of course, this is an open house, and Anay, maybe you can start from that also again, in terms of what would be the strategy for the in-city warehouse demand that has been seeing a phenomenal growth over the last, I would say, 2 years.
Right. So you're absolutely bang on, Gautam. I think in-city is next big phenomenon other than the tier 2 that we're exploring. Again, as a developer, we're very bullish on it. We've invested heavily in terms of our time and effort on really kind of conceptualization and bringing that as a product. There is a lot of, I wouldn't say gray area, but a lot of unknowns right now as to what should that product be. For example, when we define a grade A warehouse, we know what a grade A defines, right? I mean, we're talking about the top 5-10 parameters, which kind of tick off and say, hey, that's a grade A. That is not available for an in-city today. So there's a lot of gray area, and we all, again, it's a collective effort to kind of, as an industry, between we as a developer, client, customers, construction partners, everyone to kind of get there. Retrofitting is a short-term option. Yes, I mean, it's kind of, but if you ask me whether that's a long-term solution, I don't think so. At some point of time, that retrofitting still is going to lead to a lot of limitations from a supply chain point of view. So as an end tenant, you're still going to be constrained. It's a better set than what it was in terms of the current infrastructure. But is it the best one for you to derive maximum value out of it? Probably not. So definitely retrofitting is probably more of a short-term phenomenon, I would say. But long-term, if the in-city as a concept has to, because in-city is going to be very expensive, right? I mean, we are all talking about the cost of land, cost of construction, all put together. So for you as a tenant to be able to derive value out of it, that structure has to be robust enough for you to be able to do that.
Tapan, any views on the in-city? Because, I mean, while I understand what Anay is saying, but it's a very difficult proposition to manage without retrofitting, right? Because exorbitantly expensive land. And with the emergence of, and I won't diverge there, but I'm saying with the emergence of data centers coming in city to reduce the latencies, land prices have become 3 times even for an office developer now.
No, absolutely agree there. But with Anay in this one, that you know what, there are restrictions when you try to retrofit something. It is not going to be 100% efficient and as you would want it, right, for your clients. At some point, we have to see that, you know what, we are competing against office. We can't compete against residential yields for sure. Now we are competing against office for rental yields. I think rental yields are there. Now what we need to say, how much can we build on a particular square foot and what sort of rentals can we make on it, right? So not an easy one. That's why I think a lot of us have struggled to sort of come up with a in-city warehouse for now. All of us are grappling with it. Hopefully we'll get there. But what I would bring in to the previous conversation that was going on about tier 1 and tier 2, we somehow get fixed with the tier 1 and tier 2 definition as per what the office market is doing. Absolutely. Tier 2 for industrial is very different. Tier 1, most of the cities in India, tier 1, look at the number of people that we have in each city. More than 1 million, 1.5 million, actually a few million, right? 10 million plus. So in that case, those are all tier 1 cities for warehousing. So we should concentrate. There is a lot of supply requirement over there as well. So tier 2 cities, as per office definition, is a great opportunity. In-city warehousing is an amazing opportunity. It's just very, very tough to find lands. We'll have to compete with residential. We'll have to compete with office. We'll have to compete with hotels. We'll get there someday. Today, it's very difficult.
Rahul, up north, any experiences? I mean, where you've been going further out, or you've been trying to come in basis your customer demands?
It's with me. Yeah. The constant need to reduce the delivery timelines, as there's a pressure on a logistics company like this. It has to be a shorter supply times, and with the e-com companies guaranteeing the same day delivery, some hourly deliveries, and then the easy return policy. So you have to look at a shorter supply time. So you have to go into an in-house city for a warehousing to manage it, because from an outside you can't manage it. But we're finding very difficult to get into a city warehousing. Reason being of that, first is the high rental, and the second thing which is now affecting is that people now has seen the compliances when you've gone out, the grade A warehouses, the flooring, the fire NOCs. Now when you go into a city, it's very difficult to get those kind of compliances, the fire NOC buildings, or probably the which has a warehousing approval. So it is very, very difficult to find that kind of a property in a city. So and if you have that property, which is very, very limited in number, and then if you're going to find them, the rentals are too much. It's very high for any company to probably to take it. And turnkey projects, I somehow feel, you have defunct factories, or probably the mills, which are old mills in the city, and the factories. So you can convert them, but it's difficult to work out of them because they are in flows, and then probably you have to put up lifts and do things. It is difficult to work out of them, but eventually you have to find a solution to work in a city, because ultimately you have to come out to the outer of the city or somewhere else. But city demand, the demand is there, that's for sure.
Interesting. I'm given it's an alternate asset class. Let's go into the alternate investment fund from an AIF perspective, and maybe Ashish followed by Sandeep could share some views that how do you see AIFs in the space? And of course, I would want Ane to speak for sure, given Belsman already has one there. Ashish, if you could give us some perspective for the investors there.
I think definitely purely from the domestic capital perspective, Gautam, there's a lot of interest, because one, for the domestic investor, there is no product in the market which can help them to participate in the warehousing story. So I think purely as a domestic capital provider, there is money available in the market from the AI perspective. Now it's a question of what kind of thinking the investor may have. Some may want to have the rental assets, or some may want to come into AIF purely as a financial investor. It's the choice of the investor, whether he wants to be an active investor or a passive investor. We always believe, seeing the past experience, it's very easy to buy asset which is generating a rental income, and then going forward trying to manage the asset. That is one part which is generally getting ignored by the investor. So our advice to investor always has been that unless until you have the capability of managing the rental portfolio, don't get into it on your own. If at all you want to get into, then you have to have a proper ecosystem available, because the main issue always has been the how do you handle the releasing risk of certain assets. So from that perspective, I think gradually investors have become very smart. They are exploring. I mean, people are investing in crypto, so why not in AIF for the warehousing assets? So great amount of interest from the local investors.
Sandeep, your experience, because a lot of investors burn their finger when a lot of warehouses were strata sold, right, via NCD or even a pre-lease, like Ashish was mentioning, where after vacancy releasing was impossible. They realized the land was agriculture in nature, right? And we all know such cases where Varagi had to be paid, and they didn't know how to manage that. What's been your experience in these?
Yeah, so what I've seen is, and continuing from what Ashish said, investors nowadays are quite aware, and they understand that having a professional working for them and they only holding units as a financial investor has its own benefits. And they do a lot of background study, even, I mean, going as far as trying to evaluate the options themselves before going to the AIF to invest the money. So they what they do is they understand this risks very closely. They take professional advice, and AIF. I mean, hats off to Wellspun. They have done it very well. I'll say this is something that most of the new investors, and what we are seeing is the current crop of investors who are coming up. They are typically the new age investors, and they do learn a lot from abroad as well. And they use the same experience to invest in AIFs. And a lot of these investors, they also understand that holding the asset, holding a quality asset requires far more capital than what they want to invest in one go. So AIF gives them that flexibility to invest, hold units, learn the business. And sometimes some of the investors actually graduate from just being unit holders to actually holding assets later. Okay. That has been my experience.
And you've been in this, we've been getting compliments for the AIF that Wellspun did. And I think, thanks for, kudos to you and Anshul and the team that's been able to raise money in this space. What's been the experience? What are kind of questions do these investors ask generally when they were looking at diverging into industrial asset class?
So I think, partially to a large extent, what Sandeep was saying is true, that today, or maybe till about a couple of years back, you didn't have a lot of option of investing into this asset class, right? I mean, you can still get into a grade A office or a resi space or a commercial units because the ticket sizes are much smaller. Today, you'll have to look at warehousing where on one side the tier 1 cities are exploding in terms of ticket sizes. When I say that a big warehouse in Gurgaon or an NCR till about 3 years back used to be a 2 lakh square feet, used to be a big warehouse, right? Today, 2 lakh is a very standard warehouse. If you're talking about 5 lakh plus, then you're talking about a bigger warehouse. So the ticket sizes is going up, which is furthermore making it as an individual asset class owner, making it further more difficult. So yeah, the AIF gives that option of holding the asset class in terms of a smaller ticket, smaller risk, manageable appetite. And I completely agree with what Sandeep said. There are a lot of investors who've done where they've experimented with AIF, gotten used to how it's done, what's to be done. And then now they're willing to kind of look at a more bigger ticket size in terms of saying that, hey, I'm willing to look at one particular building in a park, gradually moving on to that. Proactively from our side, we have been extremely proactive with the investors in terms of what has been happening with that money that they've invested. And that's a very, very important aspect of investor stakeholder management. So when we're looking at land parcels, obviously we do have the investment committee checks and all those things. But in terms of the progress of whatever the land that we're looking at exploring, we're doing, or existing land also, what kind of progress is happening on this site in terms of the construction updates, even during COVID, what was happening, how we are doing it. So there's a lot of information back and forth that helps us. I'm not saying assuage any fears, but there is a little bit of anxiety with the first time investor that will always be there. So what's happening with my money, right? What's happening? It's not just the returns that matters to them. It's also the interest in terms of this asset class. So that information flow helps us really kind of build that trust and keep them informed about what's happening with the asset class.
Quite interesting. Just digressing again, and Tapan bringing you in here, what's the new phenomena in terms of trends that we could expect in the future in the warehousing space? We've been hearing terms like cold storage, dark stores, just some perspective on that.
I think for India right now, it's actually latching onto the low-hanging fruits. The low-hanging fruits today is the in-city warehousing. Definitely people are going to go that way pretty soon. We are all looking at it. We are all trying to explore, and hopefully we'll get there soon enough. Secondly, is to actually have warehouses in tier 2 cities, which is going to be the trend, which is everyone's exploring, and that will happen very, very soon. Within that, I think the e-commerce is just changing the game every day. I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe dark stores happens. It's just nobody knows. Maybe let them figure it out. Let Blinkit figure it out. Let Zepto figure it out, and maybe they'll tell us what needs to be done. We are here to provide a space for them. So, but I know for sure in city and tier 2 is a low hanging fruit that all of us are trying to latch on
to. Rahul, just your perspective, one on this, and second, do you see, because you do a lot of value add 3PL space, that like the shared economy that's been emerging in all other asset classes, right? Whether it's a co-living or a co-working and many others, there is a shared economy emergence even in warehousing space?
Yes, I somehow feel you will see that in future, the building asset and services will help us in differentiating the warehousing. The warehousing plus the transportation, or probably the 3PL with the transportation. Companies wanted to work with one-stop solution. So me as a landlord, me as a service provider, give them a little, it's given an authority and probably a one-point contact to one stop to speak to and for everything. So that becomes an easy for them. And to me, as well as a logistics company, that gives the better profits or better margins if I give us an entire solution together as a 3PL. So that's going to be there. And I think there will be a lot of shift from grade A to grade B to grade A warehousing with better efficiency and adherence to all the safety standards and the compliance parts. That's going to be there in future. And I think there's a lot of demand which is coming to us from a cold chain also, because the e-com with the food retailing organized is coming up, the e-com. So there is a lot of demand for cold storage, and cold storage as an industry, you will only have 3, 4, 5 fragmented players. Otherwise, as an industry, you do not have much investment in the cold storage. So that can be a big thing. Government is driving in. They're giving you the subsidy to take it forward. So in a state like Haryana, if you look at, so you don't have to take a CLU to set up a cold storage, which otherwise if I have to set up a cold storage, it is very, very difficult. It's a normal warehouse. It's very difficult to get a CLU, then a building plan approved, then a fire NOC. It's an entire, probably a year and a half process to probably get the things on the track. So there'll be a lot of things. I somehow feel that there'll be a lot of demand from the cold storage, and the business and services the warehousing and services will get promoted.
Quite interesting. Just being cognizant of the time, why don't we end with the outlook and probably a one takeaway from each one of you in terms of, is this space, is the risk worth the reward when it comes to warehousing in India? Anybody could go in first. And Rahul, you want to? Yeah, sorry.
I somehow feel it is the time to get into as early as possible. It's get to into the industry. It's better for everybody because the cost is increasing. So you have to be on time. So once you miss a bus, it's difficult to catch that. So it's an amazing time. There's going to be growth for next 15, 20 years. So there's a runway of growth. So it's the best time to invest. I somebody feel that I know but it's a short term. The commodity prices, and it's a short-term impact, but ultimately in the longer run, I somehow feel it's the time to get in. But as early as we can get in, it's the best time, personally telling you.
Yeah, can I go, Gautam?
Yes, Sandeep, please.
Yeah, so I just had a very interesting metric. So if you see the REITs performance in US from 2012 to 2021, the highest returns have been given by industrial REITs, which is like almost in the range of 15%. Whereas the closest next one is equity REITs, which is about 12%, followed by office space REIT, which is at 9%. My point is US being the gold standard of industrial real estate, I mean, the developments there, even if we are able to achieve 50% of it, and given the domestic consumption that we have a very good opportunity which we need to encash. And given that warehousing and industrial cater to the secondary sector, and that is the sector which has the largest opportunity in India, I think everyone, I mean, most of the players here should give it a very good and fair chance, and we have a good chance at it, right?
Excellent.
Yeah, I think taking from where Sandeep left, achieving 50% of what US has achieved will be like a Diwali every day. I think that will be the best case scenario. But I think where US is consuming almost like 100 million square feet every quarter, and we are at what 35 million square feet. I think even if we achieve maybe 20% of what they have done could be a fantastic story. But just digressing on the new phenomena, the buzzword, words sounding very glamorous, dark stores and all. I think we have to be a little skeptical. As a team, we are skeptical because we just don't understand the business model of the company providing the quick, delivery. I think so. Having anything built around what people are doing in the market is not going to be very wise thing, because their own business model is very, very suspect. So we are happy not to be the first mover. We would like to wait and watch how the business model of those companies are going to emerge, because these are all in-city assets and they are not going to be very cheap to build. So we don't want to build anything which I think doesn't have a very strong long-term revenue profile for people like us. So as a player, definitely core warehousing space, pure vanilla warehousing space. A lot of things is going to happen. EVs, in my view, is going to be the next big opportunity for drivers of the warehousing. So that's where I think we are going to stick around and play the game.
Interesting. I think we probably addressed the question towards the supply chain rationalization, which would lead to justifying the cost increase even if you move further up. Tapan?
Sure. Thanks, Gautam. So in my opinion, so India, like most of the industries, we are starting from a very small base. There's a lot to be done here. We are just starting out. It's a great time to be in industrial globally. India, even more so. There's a lot more to do. I think as funds, as developers, we just need to keep making sure that we keep our heads down and make quality stuff and make sure that, governance is very, very strong. One thing that I really want to put out there, we are going and developing agricultural lands, going into hinterlands. Let's make sure sustainability is a part of it. Let's bring that on board. Let's make sure we use solar energies. Let's make sure we use proper water. Make sure there is enough employment for the local people. I think that'll be a big role that we'll play in this country for future growth as well. So I hope that all of us over here will play a part.
Thank you for bringing in the ESG, which was quite relevant, and I think this industry could adapt the fastest given the consumption story. Anay, I think last but not the least, your views on it.
Thanks. So yeah, I completely agree with views our panelists have been kind of mentioning. So from a demand perspective, I think the warehousing is the backbone of supply chain, and supply chain is basically the backbone of the economy today. So needless to say that this asset class as a sector is only going to go upwards, because we are just scratching the surface. Whatever we've seen as an institutional or a graded development that's happened in the last 5 years is zilch compared to what the developed economies are like, right? So while the economy grows at the pace that it's meant to grow, this infrastructure setup has to grow at that pace, and we've seen that with roads. That has to be followed with the warehousing sector. No, absolutely no two ways about it. I completely also agree, and I think it's a very important social aspect from an ESG perspective. Warehousing is going to be the largest consumption of steel and cement, which is anything but green. So I think it's our social responsibility for all of us collectively to ensure that in whatever way possible, we bring in the ESG aspect. So we've been very, very cognizant about recycling steel or cement, use the solar powers, harness that solar, wind energy, renewable energy aspect of it. And obviously, needless to say, the employment aspect, that's what I was saying some time back, that the farther we go from the main cities, the more employment we are generating, because a warehousing hub actually creates a lot of allied ecosystem in that particular micro market. And I think over a period of time, the more micro markets we eventually develop, the more employment opportunities we start developing across the country.
Quite an interesting. I have like pages of notes that I could make while I was talking to all of you, and it's been very, very interesting. Sapna, you could come in if there are questions. But otherwise, just to probably throw some cues basis, Tapan spoke about the quality assets would lead to the quantity in terms of rentals moving up. When you throw in grade A from grade B, we had Ashish just spoke about the consumption story, the China plus one as a strategy, which is the milestone story, which I think everybody will take back that first time when we saw the double-digit rental returns coming in. Ane has been obviously very bullish, and I couldn't agree with him more that while there was a pandemic or something, this was recession-proof, and pandemic proved it to be one of the most fastest-growing asset classes. And I think Sandeep topped it up with the data point when he gave us a comparison to the US REITs of industrial versus equity, followed by office. So obviously, the highest return on investment perspective. Rahul obviously gave us a perspective on the input costs, which have obviously been hurting the industry per se, where the rentals have to move up to justify and sustain it. And probably the best time to be in this space. I think a lot of it, including the ESG, the GST-led rationalization happening, the misconception around what tier 1, tier 2 for other asset classes means versus an industrial asset class. The private equity, like I mentioned, $3.8 billion, and it's been continuing to grow per se. So 35 million square feet consumption, where Ashish said would possibly grow at double-digit numbers to get to where the US is, and I think all of us remain bullish. So it's a great space to be in. So the risk in this industry is definitely worth the reward that we're all looking forward to enjoying.
Well, that was a wonderful summarization, Gautam, of the entire conversation that we had. And like what Ane said, that warehousing is the backbone of supply chain, and we did experience that during the pandemic. When the supply chains were disrupted, and the need for warehousing or the requirement of warehousing was recognized. So one question that we have is, what are the top challenges for this sector? We have spoken about the infrastructure. We have spoken about earlier sessions about the land pricing, fuel and commodity pricing. In terms of investment, what is the biggest challenge for this sector? Gautam, starting from you, what is your perspective on that?
I think as all have been saying, and they maintain it, the biggest challenge is that pay us the buck for the capital that we deploy there, right? So while we see the multi-billion-dollar valuations of the e-commerce and the industrial revolution with the PLI schemes coming in from the government, that's not consummating into the rental that the occupier is willing to pay, while the cost of rental is in single digits compared to the overall business cost. I would feel that would be the biggest challenge that the industry faces.
Okay, so the gap between the rentals and the requirement is what is one of the biggest challenge. Ane, what do you have to say? What is the biggest challenge in terms of investment for this sector?
So look, I think when we are looking at capital markets investing heavily into the space, I think one of the biggest challenge, in addition to what Gautam is saying, the land buying is obviously a very tricky job in India, right? I mean, it's quite complicated as a process. So land availability is one key aspect. But the second most important thing is logistics has to be identified as a sector, right? I mean, which is going to eventually help warehousing get these approvals very faster. The approval process is something which is very complex today and varying from state to state. It's a very complex process basically. So there are states where you can get approvals to start a construction in say a matter of 3 months, wherein there are some states where it goes up to 6 months or 9 months also. And what happens is you're deploying capital which is sitting idle or locked up for a matter of 6 to 9 months before you start the construction. So the yields are basically stretched now to at least 9 to 12, 15 months before you start generating revenues on it, right? So it's the standardization of that is something very, very important across all the states. So that's, I think the government stepping in here should be very, very critical for the sector for us to grow at the pace which we are all wanting to grow.
There's a standard guidelines across the country, probably something which can help the sector. And, as you mentioned that the investment, the capital that an investor will put, that becomes very critical for that period of time till the time approvals come in.
Absolutely.
Mr. Joshi, you mentioned, do not follow the trends. Wait and watch, study the market, and then invest. So, as an investor, the biggest challenge that you face, if you're, when you're looking at a warehousing.
I think definitely, taking off from Ane, that is the biggest gap when we are looking at investment, assuming that you are willing to take the risk at the land level. Okay, it is the approval which is a unknown animal, which is going to bite us. And there's no easy way out, because approval has been the state level subject. And at some level, whether it is the part of the Gati Shakti project or any steering committee at the government level, where one of the biggest beneficiary of the whole infra built up is going to be the logistics. A device formula where the approval process becomes standard across the country, and recognizing the need for rolling out a solid logistic backbone, whether a defined time frame can be put in terms of approving the project for the warehouses, because it's somewhere that appreciation of the fact that ultimately, unlike the commercial real estate, where it is still dominated by the local developer. Okay, so they have their ways and means to get the things done, whereas in case of warehousing, it is all institutional players. Okay, so they don't have the same muscle power compared to what the local player has. So we have to look at the industry in a different way, and government has to come out some sort of, I don't know what it could be, a formula whereby knowing the fact that these are the sophisticated global or domestic players who may not have the same ways and means to get the things done, and there has to be a separate formula, medicine, whatever it is, to get the things moving.
That's right. Hopefully, we'll find that formula, in some time. But like you rightly mentioned, maybe a fixed timeline, if it can be there for approval, that could also be a big help. Tapan, you mentioned that we are just starting out. Warehousing still has a lot of potential of growth. So in terms of investors, the risk they are looking at, or the challenges that they are looking at, or as a warehousing player, the challenges they face for investment.
So I think the biggest thing that I think all of Anay, Ashish, and Sandeep have mentioned, that regulatory issues are going to remain, and that's the problem. And a little bit different point of view to you, Ashish, where I think being institutional players, a lot more coming on board. Maybe we sort of form a board like a Credai to go and speak to the authorities, because we might have a bigger cloud than an individual developers, right? Totally. So I think that is what we need to sort of, large developers, large fund managers, we need to come on board and say, hey, what do we need from the government? And then as a entity, go to them and say, hey, this is how you can help us, and this is how we can grow together.
That's a wonderful suggestion. I think like have your own body probably, and put forward the suggestions on what the industry needs. As other speakers have mentioned, it's a backbone of the economy.
And we are only growing. We've just started growing, so I think we are not organized right now. We need to get organized. I think we will get there in, let's say, a couple of years' time. Right now, maybe some of us will sort of come together and think about it.
Tapan, we need to have a separate con call.
Definitely.
Sandeep.
So what Mr. Bhatt is saying, that the sector itself needs to get organized. It is still fragmented, and with now institutional players coming in, probably we'll see it in a couple of years. Rahul, how do you feel? You are on both sides, from the logistics and on the side of warehousing. What are the challenges for investors in this sector?
Personally telling you, as an investor, the biggest challenge right now is to invest in the right quality of land, which is very, very difficult to find, because a lot of land is being locked in the personal, family, legal tangles, the partition problem. So a lot of land is being, people want to sell it off, but there are some problem with the partition of the land, which the owners are not able to sell it off. That the government has to sort that out, because that's a very long process. If you file a case with the Tehsildar, it takes a long time to get it partitioned. So that's something the government has to come out of the policy with. Second thing, I somehow feel that the government has to come in now to control the prices of the cement and steel. So that's going out of the roof, because that, if not controlled, it will become very difficult to manage, or probably invest in a warehousing. That's something there. And then the problem comes with the approvals. A lot of other panelists have suggested that to get an approval, the CLU, and then once you get a CLU, then a zoning plan is approved, then a building plan is approved, then a fire NOC, then a completion certificate, which takes a lot of time. And though governments have, made the portals and that they're saying that we've done everything online, but it is still the file moves manually from here to there, and it's very difficult to get that managed, because if you need a lot of people to get it through. So that, I think that has to be regularized. So these are the three biggest challenges I somehow feel we're dealing with it right now.
Okay, so too many loops that one has to go through, and
Yes.
that kinds of detters the investors, and smoothing of all these factors that you just mentioned, from availability of quality land, the cost, and also the approvals. If these can be smoothed out, I think it will become much more attractive for the investors. Sandeep, your last words on what are the challenges for the investors in this sector?
Yeah, Sapna, so I think most of the panelists have already covered a lot of points. I just wanted to touch upon one subject which Rahul briefly mentioned. What happens, you are waiting for a lot of FDI investors to invest, and FDI investors, due to whatever government guidelines and policies, can invest through certain structures. Okay. Most of the asset holding, most of the land holding is not ready for getting FDI invested. And we spend, being in this field of advisory, we spend a lot of time investing the original asset holders to move to structures which would be compliant or which would be feasible for FDI investors to come and invest. Okay. And that takes up a lot of time, and actually that also leads to a lot of those investments not happening. And Tapan will also agree to the fact, because a lot of these assets, that opportunities that we bring to global players are typically held in partnership firms, individual names. That leads to a lot of leakage in terms of stamp duty, registration costs, and all those things, which would give better valuation to the original asset holders. Okay. So that, I feel, is one of the key challenge that, institutional investors face when they go out to buy industrial or logistic assets.
So again, land again becomes one of the biggest factor in the entire, the number of challenges that we had discussed. But let's close this session on a positive note: the rewards of investing in warehousing. So Gautam, again starting with you, the reward, one word, the reward of investing in warehousing.
I'll just take cue from what Anil said, that I think one of the most recession-proof asset classes, pre-COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID, right? So, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Most recession-proof sector. Ane, your one word for, the reward of warehousing.
Very bullish. Very bullish. Extremely bullish.
Okay. Yes, we all know it's a sector that is just starting out, and it's got a lot of potential of growth. And given that e-commerce is it's on fire these days, Mr. Joshi, your views, the reward of warehousing sector.
I think definitely, Sapna, we are heading towards the scenario what is there in US now, where there is more demand and less supply.
Yeah,
and that's why the rentals are going up there almost 10%. So
right.
I think we are going to be in that situation. Now it's all a matter of who is able to execute well in the market, the asset, rentable condition.
20% of it's going to be Diwali for everyone. So fantastic. Tapan, the reward of being in this sector.
The baby is just born. It's 5 years old. It has its full lifetime to go. The best years ahead. I think it's going to be very good over the next year.
So the fun is in to see the growing of this baby,
Definitely.
Yeah. So Rahul, what do you have to say? What's the reward of being?
I think I've been
bullish of all the challenges.
I've been bullish on this sector from the day one. I think I'm into the industry. It's a family-owned business. So but otherwise, it's the best time to be in, and it's a runway to growth. Imagine right now the e-commerce delivering close to about 100 billion, 1.5 billion packets a year in 2020. We're expecting to billion in 2026. So imagine the kind of growth we have in this sector. So it is humongous. So I think it's a time to invest personally.
Immense potential, and this is the time to invest in that. Sandeep, your closing remarks. What's the reward of this sector? You are a veteran of this industry.
Yeah, so huge potential. You can't ignore it. And I mean, if you are in real estate, you need to be in warehousing and logistics. That's what I would say.
Okay, so if you are in real estate, better be in warehousing and logistics. So that's what our panel members have to say. Thank you so much. Yes, we realize that a lot needs to be done. What Tapan and Ashish probably are going to discuss later on separately is forming a body for this segment, and so great session, great takeaways from this discussion. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Gautam, for stepping in and moderating this panel so efficiently. Thank you, Ane, for joining for this discussion. Mr. Joshi, Tapan, being here with us, and Rahul and Sandeep for being and sharing your views here with us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all for that wonderful conversation indeed. And with that, we come to the final segment of this conclave. So we heard our speakers on various topics. The final session is an informal conversation that will have the experts sharing their opinions on scope for value-added services and customization in this sector. The session is being moderated by Mr. Shobhit Agarwal, MD and CEO, Anarok Capital. He's a visionary entrepreneur with professional excellence and experience of over 20 years in real estate investments. At Anarok Capital, Shobhit steers the strategic direction through various investment verticals, and his in-depth knowledge about the sector and deep-rooted relationship with developers and capital providers have resulted in some of the multi-billion-dollar deals. So this is the introduction of our moderator for this session, who will be chairing this discussion. Let me now introduce our speakers of this session in an alphabetical order. Ashish Shah, Head Leasing and Business Development, Logos Property, is a real estate professional with strong leadership skills in managing transactions, clients, and teams. Ashish Shah has over a decade of consulting experience in Big Four firms and has worked with premier developers in Mumbai for 12 years and has been involved as interim management and transaction advisor for institutions and developers. Our next eminent panel member is Mr. Mitesh Kaul, Country Head, Integrated Services, Embassy Services Private Limited. Mitesh oversees the operations of company's non-captive business comprising over 50 million square feet of area across 10 states pan-India. He's an employee and customer experience specialist with over 25 years of experience in corporate real estate, outsourcing, and hospitality industries, with a proven successful track record of achieving success within startups, turnaround, and rapid change environments. So this is our eminent panel, and Mr. Agarwal, I hand it over to you now to take over the conversation.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you, Realty Plus, for organizing and inviting all of us. On behalf of my panelists, Mitesh and Ashish, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. I just happened to log in a little bit before this session, and I heard the deep potential being spoken about in the warehousing and logistics sector. I'm reasonably certain that my co-panelists Ashish and Mitesh will agree, saying, this is a sector that's growing and it's fairly young, so it has a massive runway to before it takes off. But very quickly, without wasting much time, I'll bring in Mitesh for his 2 bits, and Ashish, you can follow, saying how's the Indian warehousing markets changed compared to a decade ago. I mean, I think that's the first thing, and then we'll talk about services and customization in this sector. So
thank you, Shobhit, for that. So thank you for inviting me in first, and thank you, Sapna. Interesting question, Shobhit. So I've been around with this with the real estate outsourcing industry for 2 decades now. You're right. I think the fastest growth and the fastest maturity I've seen possibly is the warehousing sector. The way it's actually exploded, I would say, from not just organized players coming in, but the way the sector itself is picking up pace, the government initiatives, everything else. I think it's a massive change. In my experience, I think it's not just about the grade A players coming into space, but it's also about the amount of client interaction, interface, and impetus coming into that sector. When I talk about the larger firms like the Amazons, the Flipkarts, the Mintras of the world, along with these startup environments coming in, I think they're all compelling us to push this growth into a very organized way. Like you said, I heard the last participant saying there are lots of challenges in the sector, but at the same time, I see the growth potential is extremely large, moving from basic warehousing like you used to hear about outskirts of cities to actually looking at the potential of 6PL coming in sometime in the country is a very, very interesting journey. I think the other part I'm seeing across is that the way it's growing into tier two, tier three cities. People are just catching on and saying, and especially this whole 10-minute warehousing story, right? I want everything in 10 minutes, the whole in-city warehousing piece. So I think the diversity this vertical has got and the speed at which it's growing and the efficacy it demands are three things for me which I have not seen in any other industry in 10 years achieving this size and scale. That's my two bits on that whole concept.
No, very well put, saying fastest growing and fastest to change, both in terms of supply and demand. The way demand has changed also is amazing. And I like your point saying, we always keep focusing about tier one in other sectors. This is one sector that's going into tier two and tier three, which is closer to the consumption center. So it's not about tier one versus tier two. It's more about consumption. Ashish, you are from the leasing side, and of course, you've seen investment world as well. What are your two bits on this industry per se?
Yeah. So thanks for that question, and hello everybody. Look, I'm only 8-9 months into warehousing. My experience is in other asset classes, but it's like a rapid learning curve. So from when I speak with clients, I think they talk about from the journey is from go down to warehouse in the last 10 years. So when we say go down, it's just a shed, just no quality, very, very low, low importance to safety, environment, and what have you. And, nothing else matters as long as they block the space. Now we are going, slightly beyond the building, now going deeper in today's world where the warehouse is a living being. And it's an active part of the supply chain rather than just a dead sort of storage area. And a lot of it, we are seeing that it will move towards a more distribution center approach where all our clients will go into futuristic things like how do we optimize storage, how do we measure efficiency, how do we go with a higher throughput. So look, it's exciting, where your client is actually leading from the front. It's very exciting, and they are growing significantly, and it's a huge catch up that folks like us need to do, Shobit.
Superb, and I'm actually relatively saying I'm very pleased that this conversation. I have two people who've done more offices than warehouse. And you're not putting your dollars in, so we're not crying about approvals and land disaggregation. So I'm really happy because you guys will be able to comment on the services side and how does this differ from plain vanilla office, right? Because office is now sort of in stable state. People know what you need to do. People have done it for over 2 decades. It's absolutely measurable. But when you do warehousing, it's one thing is that it's extremely cost conscious, and second, they want service levels as if it was a grade A office. So Mitesh, how do you solve this dilemma that you want to pay nothing but you want everything from a services perspective, and nobody better than you to explain this?
Shobit, if I had honestly an answer to that question, I would be a billionaire probably today. Because I've got all my customers asking exactly the same thing, saying we want to pay cents on the dollar, literally, and we want the Taj Mahal right next to it, right? So I think it's an interesting country, but you kind of hit the nail on the head. This industry has literally come out of nowhere, like I mentioned, and with the whole, I would call it the whole appeasement part of the end consumer really taking technology and wanting everything right away. The whole consumption philosophy which is driving this industry. It's actually also driving our end users and our developers and the the companies, the e-commerce companies, actually to come back and say, like you said, focus on the fact first saying, how compliant are we? How are really we focusing on the government compliances, the employee compliances, the buildings and making sure they're safe. I think especially post-pandemic, everybody's really coming up in a big way on saying, are we compliant and are we safe? That's the first interesting part. We're seeing a dynamic change around that part. And the interesting part again I've seen there is that companies are now consciously willing to invest in that part, which earlier was something you would ignore and get away saying, okay, it's not really a big piece, has suddenly become prima facie end game. I think the other part, which is getting more interesting, is around how do we ensure that this whole space, because of the transition from local to grade A spaces, also gets a very strong quality consciousness around service levels itself. And I start right from the building quality itself, from designing the right building, making sure it has got the imperatives of sustainability being built in, and also integrity in terms of the building itself. In terms of services, how was the floor loading calculations, how strong and resilient is it, how's the power backup situation and stuff like that. And then interestingly, even moving on to the part of saying, how do we take care of the drivers and cleaners who visit the place? How do we take care of the loaders experience who visit the place? Because finally they are driving this whole industry forward. And that's where I find that I think the interesting part, of course, is around cost. That's a huge dynamic because everybody, right from the Flipkarts to the Amazons, are already focusing on saying, how do I push that last cent of cost out of this whole equation? But they're also cognitively realizing the fact saying that the warehouse has to be a social engagement space. It has to be a space where you have the deliveries happening, but along with that, there's a clear focus on service quality. And I think the biggest interesting part in this model is that your end consumer, and literally mean the end consumer using the warehouse, is typically somebody who's coming from the lower strata of economy. He's saying somebody not used to a great place to work. He doesn't really understand what's a great place to work in. He looks at it and says, yeah, I just need to come and work this space out and go back home. And also it is floating population. So I think that is the part we're trying to work with our customers and like saying, how do we educate those guys and the companies to say, how do we take care of them? And really build a whole service function around that aspect. It'll not be the cheapest. I can obviously assure you that part. But we are focusing on really value for them. And really focusing on the whole ESG aspect of saying it's environmental, it's very, very strongly societal, right? Because that's a huge part of this whole industry is going to be look around that. And then, of course, the governance piece. So I think from that path is where we are building up that whole value chain perspective and saying cheap is not the best. And the best is not may not be what this industry needs, like you said, compared to a hotel or an office as such. But we need to figure out the value paradigm very clearly and come back to the strong, good offering, which makes sense to every stakeholder in that space. So that's my concise understanding of where this piece is. And then, like Ashish said, I've actually joined a rather got used to warehousing only a few months ago, but I'm finding it to be an extremely interesting space to operate into. Because like I said, traditionally, our focus always was the office spaces and all those good old spaces to be in, but this is really coming up really fast.
Absolutely, Mitesh. And one of my experiences is that more offices are more designed for blue collared, but this is more white collared workers as a proportion of the users, right? So their expectation is very, very different. And, obviously to please them and to you've put it rightly, you have to educate them to say, this is what you should expect. Otherwise, the expectations will go out of whack. Ashish, let me put this differently. I think the panel before me and in long drawn words said that we need to institutionalize. I think this sector has skipped one level of development. So from being fragmented, as you said, go down to grade A warehouse, I think is jumped multiple levels. Right? It wasn't a paradigm shift. I think Mitesh said it in different ways, saying in a decade we have seen this change. I will just go back to my sort of earlier days. Then when we started to see grade A office buildings, people spoke about green buildings. Then somebody said carbon footprint. So we said, "Acha, ye bhi koi nayi cheez aayi hai, to carbon footprint kam karna hai." I think warehouse have brought in this whole ESG concept, right? So they've added some sort of a science to it, saying, "Look, green is okay, platinum rated is fine, but now we want to talk about real ESG." Right. Yeah. And in my view, that's changing the concept of service also. So can you just educate saying what's the difference between green and platinum, Ashish, versus ESG compliant warehouse?
Yeah, so look, one is the regulatory aspect and the expectation from occupiers. And, in many ways, a lot of people who are doing it and, kudos to them. are also doing it from a compliance standpoint, get those requisite number of points, qualify for a LEED Gold or a LEED Platinum or an IGBC. But I think our presence in 10 markets across Southeast Asia and Australia, has, given us a sort of a fairly fast track of what we all of us need to do. One of the first things that we did almost 3 years ago is, making sure that everybody in our company is aware of and is conscious about, so it starts at the individual level of not using plastic, for example. So our offices across the world don't have, plastic bottles, so to speak. So it pretty much started there. Then it's now gone on to warehouse design, where, sustainability is a conscious effort. And let me give you an example. When we build warehouses, it's on lean construction. What it means is that a lot of construction activity is off-site. So, for example, our foundation are precast, the warehouse is prefab and PEB. So, what it does is that the whole amount of pollution, the soil contamination, all those issues are made sure, not just from a cost and efficiency of timeline delivery perspective, but also from an ESG standpoint. So, it is cheaper for us to build it by 100 rupees a square foot at site, but we do it off-site. One of our key reason is to save the land and the environment around it, so there's even lesser emission. The other, of course, is solar, biodiversity. I'll give you an example. We planted about 6 months ago something called mini forest, Miyawaki forests, and we're so happy that they've actually become more than 7 feet tall in just 6 months. So the greenery suddenly sprung up even in this tough weather in one of our projects in NCR. So clearly, you have to invest. Those trees don't come cheap, but the results are outstanding even in 7 months. And we've got great feedback on it. The last point you mentioned about is carbon footprint. A lot of it is board talk, but we are so pleased that one of our parks in Chennai, we've actually got measures in which we monitor air quality, water, energy, STP on real-time basis, and that's something which is easily available, and we are honestly tracking that. Just around last month is when we start capturing it. And it gives us enough data point over time, over the next 3 to 5 years. We pretty much know what we are doing and what is the quantum of stuff that we need to offset with. And hopefully when India starts carbon trading, we'll probably there. How big, we don't know, but some of these things will count. We feel not just as a responsible corporate citizen, trying to maximize the opportunity that we've been talking about, but also making sure we're not harming the environment. And when the government comes up with a framework on carbon credits, we're pretty keen that space also becomes interesting for us. Shobit.
Thank you, Ashish. I didn't realize that you're planting mini forest, and measuring and producing solar panels and solar energy. Mitesh, one quick question on this. I think in offices, while you do the services, one of the outcome from a consumer perspective is there are these surveys about how good the workplace is, how happy you are, the good workplaces to measure. So what's the measure on warehousing side except being platinum and ESG? And second, I think what Ashish also alluded to is saying, because these are now being new built and we don't have baggage because we're going from godowns to warehouses, you're using a lot of tech, right? You can't measure emissions, you can't measure pollution, because at the time office buildings were being built 10 years ago, these devices were not there. So how important is use of technology, first on the building side, and then we'll talk about services side as well?
Of course, Shobit. So I think technology definitely plays a huge role in our whole piece, like Ashish mentioned, right from making sure that we are, hopefully as much as reducing carbon footprint at the time of the building itself, and then moving on to the operations space. I think the whole e-commerce drive is pushing us to migrate from a traditional humanistic approach only to actually having a convergence of the man, the machine, and the technology aspect coming in. And distinguishing all three aspects very, very interestingly. Because to me, these are very confluent topics. People cannot, machines cannot take away what people are doing today. I think that aspect is really important now, especially for a socially conscious economy like India. We kind of is that balance around. What's interesting for me also is the fact we, as a country, we are leapfrogging machines and moving technology aspect and very easily, comfortably working with that whole piece. So we are actually trying to work out that how does this whole confluence work through with for us, for our end customers, and also for the users of the place to understand how this dynamic really will affect them, because it has a huge effect on productivity and efficacy both. It will also have an effect on how you can control, like Ashish mentioned, the whole part of the carbon footprint that you've got. The other aspect which we also are saying, so today if you ask me, we don't have a defined measurement standard which is accepted as a norm. But I think the interesting part is that society itself and people themselves are actually driving us to push those standards in place as soon as possible. Because I think, to me, my last visit to a client managed warehouse, a few actually employees came in and said, "How safe is the water?" And we said, "Well, you can actually text me because I can drink it in front of you if that's the measurement standard you want me to ascribe. Because if I show you a laboratory report, you might turn around and tell me I don't really believe it because how genuine is that?" And I also realized my own mind saying that these people coming from a small catchment area close to the warehouse, right? They're very much look not touch and feel. They really believe what they can see, and for them that's the biggest measurement of that part. But what was interesting to me, I realized was that these people also are coming across and getting concerned about how that impacts on themselves, on their environment, and at the same time the social economic fabric of that total area. They're very happy with the jobs being created, but they are also very cognizant saying, how do you expect me to improve my standard of living? How do I expect me to come back and improve my social standing across the these parts? They're very happy saying I work with so and so company which has a warehouse here, but also saying at some point I like my own workspace to become better and more. How do I say this? More feeling up compared like an office. Like the way we pridefully say I work in a platinum office, they don't really know the meaning of a platinum office today. But trust me, they're very much on the ball saying, "Is my office nice, safe, and a great place to work?" They may not say it in those many words, but that intent comes across like. So our challenge, if you ask me, is like I said, is to balance those pieces out, but also come back and tell them that we are here along with with the warehouse developer and with the end user to take care. We're going to give you a space which you're proud to work in, a space you pridefully call your own, and you actually want to come back and refer more people to work back. Because our biggest challenge in industry also is talent. Getting in good trained people to work in this industry, because it's a very labor intensive industry and it needs a lot of formative training to get them to use it in an efficient way. Is our challenge to get into that. So it's definitely a very interesting experience to be part of.
Yeah. So Mitesh, simply put, what you're saying is because your work is not very different from one building to the other, the environment makes a huge difference. The happiness
Absolutely.
and the satisfaction comes in from feeling that difference. That means the
True.
service plus the condition of the building, the condition of the work is actually physically felt, and therefore people want to come back to one certain warehouse building and work there rather than work somewhere else in these go down.
Absolutely, sure.
Oh, I mean, I didn't realize when you said it, but it does sound like a good reason to build good warehouses and better warehouses. Ashish, in your opening remarks, you had said people have now started to worry about, they're moving to the next level. So ESG is one of them, but you're now saying, look, services in warehouses also need to be measured by client's productivity. How much can he save? How quickly can he deliver, etc., etc. So, what are some of the measures that you are putting in, Ashish, as your company, saying, are you building taller? Are you building faster? What are you doing to increase this productivity?
Yeah. So look, our clients are looking at folks like us for certainty, certainty of quality and certainty of timely deliverableness. So clearly, our focus is on making sure that quality, and the way we've changed the way we approach development is we spent on almost 2 months planning warehouse and the estate before hitting the site. So let's say we do a transaction and it's a BTS. We have fairly detailed workshops with our clients, and we budget everything into a common BOQ, and then we unleash ourselves into in terms of ordering the PEB based on the design and prefab foundations, making sure that everything gets delivered. So let me give you an example. We are able to make commitments in the market for delivering warehouse from nothing at site to about 5.5 months. And this warehouse is almost 500,000 square feet. So what that means is that it's a huge economic transaction being done and delivered in such a short time. Now, that is what clients are seeking. The other thing that helps us is that, you've not done a speculative build. While we do speculative build, but, so there's no idling anywhere. There's no inefficiency in the system anywhere. And that's what clients appreciate. The other thing is quality. Now, because a lot of our work is prefab, the results are outstanding in terms of consistency of quality. We have created sort of fallback in terms of 2 or 3 PEB contractors. So far we haven't had those kind of encounters yet. So, our focus is quite simple: to make warehouses in shapes that our clients can put the racks in efficiently. The lighting, firefighting, and fire safety of people is planned at the very outset, not just in accordance with the local norms, but also genuinely making sure people are safe. All that is achieved by just being very, very well integrated in the client's fit-out process and design process before that. A lot of internal planning, Shobit, is with the client. So, for example, we have built fairly tall warehouses, but we've also been asked by very sophisticated occupiers saying, Ashish, why are you making your warehouses so tall? Because you're wasting so much volume. Because currently there is only handful, or probably you can count on single hand, occupiers who can take very tall warehouses, because there are no MHE cranes that can go all the way up to level 6 and do justice to it. So our response is that, look, we're making our warehouses future-proof. We've also built something for a large e-com player in Bangalore, where they have automated processing, and there are conveyor belts going fairly high up. So given that our warehouses are built for a fairly long period of time, we want to make sure that they are relevant even in those times. So in many ways, some of the work is over engineering, and client gets the benefit of it straight away. Shobit.
Ashish, excellent. So what you're saying is that you can put up 500,000 square feet in under 6 months.
Yeah.
A lot of the work is actually prefabricated, pre-designed, pre-engineered. So quality is in place.
Yeah.
You guys are sensitive about health, safety of the workers, the quality of air, water, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And you can do all of this. Now, basic fundamental, I think you've said everything that a real estate company should do. But in typical real estate, location is everything.
Yeah.
Now, how important is location in context of warehousing, where a trucker has driven 900 kilometers, 3 nights, and has to reach your warehouse? How much difference does it make if your warehouse is 10 kilometers out or in?
Yeah.
Or 5 kilometers on the side of a road?
Yeah.
How much of a difference does it make, and how critical is it from a delivery perspective? What's going on? I mean, how do you make location selection?
Basically, we are going for land, consolidated land. Let me be brutally honest. All that stuff will fall into place once we've acquired the land, in terms of making sure the drivers have adequate places to rest, wash up, and everything, and have access to quality food at cheap prices. That's the easy part. I think
So you're saying services for the truckers is like you providing them hospitality. For office, it's like putting up a 5-star hotel. You put up something for your workers or truckers, etc., etc.
Yeah, look, I think that's something which is in evolving space, and I think all of us can do better. But the whole thing is that the price points are so lower. The other challenge I'll explain. Let me tell you a practical problem. I was speaking to a trucker, and he said, what do you like in a canteen in the estate? And he said, yeah, sure, but can't be very far. I'll probably be my lorry should be in my line of sight because there are a lot of pilferages. One driver or a helper, a cleaner will nick something or a fuel from somewhere else. So they've got fundamental issues which unfortunately we can't solve. So all they need is a good place to sleep and relatively cheaper food. And surprisingly, actually, they cook just outside their lorries or inside the lorries. They carry their own small stuff and what have you. And their cost is fairly cheap. So, sorry, I'm digressing, but your question is really on what do we look in a location. I think our clients are looking at clusters, where locations are validated by other people, competitors, because a big fraction of our clients are third-party logistics players who are in turn competing for business. So the 3PLs are competing for business, and so all these 3PLs will look for locations which are something amenable to everybody. So consolidated land near clusters is what we are after, and lands which we are quick to execute. So no point where there are contours and we have to do a huge amount of filling or layering.
Yes. So Ashish, you're saying clustering helps. So you create a marketplace. It doesn't matter whether it's 5 kilometers in or 5 kilometers out. As long as there is a clustering effect, you think work will happen. Our topic was more around value adds and services. I want one last question because I know I'm conscious of time, and I want to put it to Mitesh. How's the service landscape coming up, and how is it adding value to industrial segment?
Interesting topic. So I think there's a lot of maturity in this segment. I think we are just scratching the fringe, if you ask me today. And I say this from a point of view of three aspects really: the whole service design, compliances, and also experiences. This segment still needs that. This actually gets underpinned by the whole cost aspect, like you mentioned right at the starting of the conversation. You said, and that's the biggest part, right? We need to make sure we are fitting not just the compliant parts of it, but also of an experience which is value for money. That's a puzzle we're still trying to solve across. I think the easiest answer would have been saying make it cheaper and make it L1. I don't think that's the answer. I think the answer lies around creating an industry awareness on all the three parts to be the developers, the end users, and the service providers, and then coming across to the confluencing model which addresses the needs of all three. Because finally, this whole industry is built on scale. It's built on the right amount of pricing and the right amount of services, and the last part being efficiency. So I think that's the part which still needs a lot of fine tuning. I think the good part is that with the whole technology aspect, I think we're getting there. And I think the last most important part is the whole government regulatory landscape changing and making it more employee friendly. Hopefully, this new wage code that are coming in would help us get around the point where it becomes more integrated. Otherwise, it'll just take across at a cost perspective, which may not be the right way to look at it.
Thanks, Mitesh. So really my takeaway is that you're saying buildings, work environment, ESG is all taken care of. It can be probably taken care by design, but services will need to work around. And the only way to do is to democratize this is through technology. Otherwise, you can't deliver it at the cost that they want. Obviously, you can't have so much manpower, which is there in grade A office buildings. You dial for everything. All services are dial away, but you can't do that for warehouse. So you're saying technology is the only alternative to providing good quality services other than education, right? Which
absolutely
is critical, right? Which is critical because this is straight to the roots, and many of the people working here are white collared, and perhaps also need to be handheld, saying how to use these facilities. Swapna will like to probably sort of end, given that 6 and that's our time. And I would like to thank Ashish and Mitesh for taking all my difficult questions and for very valuable contribution to this conversation. Thank you, Mitesh. Thank you, Ashish. Sapna, over to you.
That's right. I think there are a lot, we could have gone on and on this topic, from designing and planning of warehousing to technology and automation to regulations and, the work safety aspects of it. But Shobit, how are you looking at this sector? What is your reading of warehousing?
So I think from where I'm seeing, I'm more evolved on the capital market side. I think this is one sector that is flush with more money that it can consume. It is also the other thing good about this sector. It's that it's creating employment where it's most needed. Office buildings, to work in office buildings, you have to go to the office. Here, the work is actually going to villages or near the villages and actually providing an upheaval and uplift of quality of life to those living around these warehouses. So I'm very fond of this sector for that reason. And I think what it requires, and although we didn't speak much about it on our panel because it was working around services, but what's required in my view to use the money that's available is land digitization, records, so that it makes it easier for people to aggregate and assimilate land. That's one of the biggest raw material. And second is simplification of rules, so that while Ashish can build the building in 5.5 months, he needs to get approval in 1 month. Otherwise, it'll take him 12 months to get approval and only 5.5 to build. So I guess they need to solve all of this. Land is the big issue in this, and capital. In most cases, capital is in short supply. In this case, capital is zero short supply of capital. So it's a blessed sector.
That's right. It's this sector is still in nascent stages. A lot of big ticket, developments need to come up. And as you rightly said, and in fact, one of the speakers also mentioned, the supply chain is dependent on warehousing, and the economy is dependent on the supply chains. And when we have warehousing in tier 2 cities and industrial cities, we grow the economy of those cities, again create demand for e-commerce, and it's a full cycle of development in economy and need of warehousing. And like Shobit, you rightly mentioned about digitization of land records. I think that is the biggest value added service that any client would require. And then the approvals need to be in place for developers like Ashish to build the structure in record time. One question that has come is, what is the kind of customization clients are asking? Ashish, that goes to you. Is a certain kind of customization depending upon their operations that come to you?
Yeah, each customer, I mean, colloquially, they have very unique requirements. So, but it's within the realm of something which is acceptable. So let me give example. Someone may need more mezzanine. Someone may need partitions because they are going to house 2 different clients in it. So the partition, it's easier said than done. So when you partition it, what do you make the partition with? So you have to plan that. Then one customer has operations 24/7. So he needs his electric panel different. And the other one switches off lights after 8 p.m. So he needs another electric panel. Our estate services are obviously planned much in advance before these customers come. So there is an additional investment that is needed for pulling the cables, pulling the pipes from our main infrastructure spine to all these places. So that's one level of fundamental thing we ought to do anyway. The others are really in terms of matching lighting with their rack layout so that there are no shadows. Recently, someone has come up with an additional requirement for for making a canteen and a training room. So, just an expansion of a mezzanine area. Some of the guys have asked for, future, they may actually make the whole warehouse air conditioned. So, are there provisions for higher energy and places to stock the chiller plants on HVAC? So each of them have that. And I think the lessons we've learned from other countries where we are present is really, leave some space aside for some of these future-proof, initiatives that the client may themselves want. They may not need it now, but we need to leave some provisions there. So we're able to offer some of these things to our customers.
Okay, so not only customization, but also keeping provisions for future if there is a future requirement from an occupier. Mitesh, in terms of services, warehouses also, as Ashish also said, that they are different. Some could be smart warehousing where everything is automated, like Amazon fulfillment center, or they could be smaller distribution center for a local company. So how do services change for, depending upon the size and character of a warehouse?
Great point, Sapna. So you're actually seeing a lot of dynamics coming around. Like the first point Shobhit raised about location, that has a huge impact on the availability of people and the right kind of people. And then I think the impact is around what level of automation is the client already doing that segment, right? Because it's an interesting segment, part, because it's a very employee-friendly industry and needs a lot of employment generation also. So we're seeing those two critical parts need to get stacked in sync first location, then how much is the automation levels sitting at. And I think the third part crucially is around, like Shobhit mentioned also, what is the cost dynamic they're looking at? So depending on the kind of end user occupant coming across the place, the kind of developer who's sitting there, we're seeing all these three reasons kind of mixing up and then coming back with the very customized solution back then. So there's no one size fit all. And unlike offices, there's a lot of variation today in terms of service levels that we are seeing. So we're still trying to get that customization built back in.
Okay, so customization as per the requirement and the size and character of the space, as well as the cost factor which comes into picture.
And the location, absolutely.
And location, definitely. So Shobhit, before we end this panel, your future outlook, because you are coming from the capital markets, we want your future outlook for this sector. What do you have to say, listening to the kind of customization that developers are providing, the services, value additions, the service providers are providing? How do you see the future of this sector?
Absolutely,
are we there with the global sector, the warehousing sector?
So this sector, as I started by saying last time, is capital intensive and there's surplus of capital, and it's in the hand of only international developers, right? So our warehouses are very similar to what's being produced in the rest of the world. So I'm less worried about quality. I think more and more warehouses that we are building are towards what meets international requirements because the products that are being stored in there are similar, right? Now you spoke a lot about customization, but it's also about what you are storing, how you are delivering, where it is to be delivered, right? And the last 2 years or 2.5 years, we've seen structural change in the way delivery is expected or done, right? So somebody spoke about last mile delivery in 10 minutes, delivery in 30 minutes. So the whole chain is getting revalued. And I'd said this in one of our previous conferences that, earlier delivery was expected from the store. Now the delivery to home is directly from the warehouse in many cases. So the supply chain itself is reorganizing and it will continue to reorganize. I'm very, very positive about this sector, that this sector will not only sit 40 kilometers out of the city, it will keep coming closer to bridge that gap of delivery, and will break it down into big boxes, small boxes, smaller boxes, and ultimately like a room near the city. So I think there's a massive play in reorganizing the sector, and it requires a lot of money and capital and
which is already there, as you said. The money is
but it requires still a lot of work and
yes.
And like I said, technology to enable good quality service.
So money is there, institutional players are there, and it's a very dynamic space. We will see a lot of new models coming up, lot of new services or value additions coming up in this sector. So thank you for that very wonderful conversation. We did touch upon a lot of aspects, and probably we can talk on them in detail, in some other panel that we will have. But thank you so much, Ashish, for giving us that perspective as a developer, and Mr. Mitesh Kaul as a service provider, for this sector. Thank you so much, and Shobit for wonderfully bringing out those comments from our speakers, those perspectives from our speakers, and sharing your own view about what this sector looks like and its growth opportunities. Thank you so much, our panel
Thank you,
members,
Sapna. Thank
for
you.
the session.
Thanks, Sapna.
Thank you, Sapna.
Thanks, Shobit.
Thank
Thanks,
you. Thank you.
And
Bye,
let me
Mitesh.
thank all our speakers of the day as well for making this very first edition of Realty Plus Warehousing Leadership Convergence 2022 so exciting and thought-provoking. We have ended this conclave on a very positive note. So let me also thank you, the awesome audience, for being here with us today and sharing their queries. We wish you all good health and well-being. But before we say goodbye, let me remind you all that along with it, our online webinars, Realty Plus has now started its on-ground events, and our upcoming event will be held shortly in June in the city of Ahmedabad, and we look forward to seeing you all very soon and connecting in person. But till then, thank you and God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.